can stop me now. No one 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 can stop me now.
Hello and welcome to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. I am Minsang Unknown Kim, and with me today I have Bumhoon 9K Kim at the analyst desk. Hello, 9K.
Hello.
Hey, how are you today?
Feel weird because I normally play as my ex-teammate at there, and my first time to be like a broadcaster for them is so feel weird.
Yeah, I mean, of course, everyone knows that 9K has a very lucrative career in professional Overwatch. And like you said, a lot of the players that he has been working with are on the stage today. And not only that, we have fans at the WDG Esports studio in Seoul. So this is going to be a LAN match with some of the best players and best teams in Korea and also arguably in the world to compete today. We have already played 3 matches yesterday, and this is going to be another set of 3 matches of Korean Overwatch. So, before we go into the specifics of 9K, you kind of like mentioned about the players that you've been working with playing today. So, can you kind of elaborate on that? Which players have you been working with, and who are you kind of like looking out for today?
So I was used to be play with the Proper, Hanbin, Smurf, and Peter, and yeah, I think except like Soccer, Chill, and Majet, I play with them most of the time. So I think personally, I'm the big fan of the Hanbin and Smurf, so I want to beat them do a good performance today.
Alrighty, and we'll see how they do that in a few minutes as they will be playing, as Team Falcons will be playing their first match today. And speaking of schedules, we have the season schedule here. Again, NA EMEA is on another region, so our basic focus today here is going to be on the Asia region with the sub-regions Korea, Japan, and Pacific. Currently, we're on stage 1. This is the very opening stages of the OWCS Asia and the sub-regions here. So if you take a closer look at the Asia region here, this is currently divided into 3 sub-regions, Korea, Japan, and Pacific. We already went all the way through the qualifiers, which is called Korea Open, Japan Open, and Pacific Open. We're currently at the main tournament stages of each sub-region. And speaking of Korea, we have 9 teams competing in this round robin here. We have STG, FTG, Genesis, Pokerface, Runaway, SPG, Falcons, Vesta Esports Crew, WAC, and Yeti all here, all packed with great talent here. We have seen some of these teams and players feature, and we will definitely see a little bit. I think everyone except Yeti will be playing after they play today.
Oh, so they're not playing today, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeti will be playing tomorrow. And interestingly enough, Pokerface will be playing 3 days in a row. So they played yesterday, they will be playing today, and they will be playing tomorrow. So a little bit of disbalance in the scheduling here, but in the end, everyone will be playing the same amount of matches. We will be looking at the results of the Korea Open here. So these are the teams. These are how the groups were when teams competed to be here in the first place. So there were 6 groups. We're going a little bit quickly here, but in the end, we have a lot of competition coming into this. We had a lot of good teams that weren't even able to make it here, and we have to talk about Rujehong. Their team, unfortunately, they were not able to make the main event. However, this just means that how much good talent is going to be in this tournament, because a lot of good tournament competed to just be in the tournament and they couldn't make it. So it just makes this tournament just much as hype and interesting.
Yeah, I think I agree about that point, because when they first time to made their roster, it seems like they're a very interesting roster, and unfortunately something happened to them, so they're not made it. But yeah, it was kind of fun to watching during.
Alrighty, and this is going to be the map pool for the entire tournament. Of course, this may be updated later on in the stages of the tournament. However, we will be playing a lot of maps. Control, Hybrid, Push, Flashpoint, and Escort in that order. So it's a little bit different for those who have been joining just here for the first time. The map order is a little bit different from what you've been used to, and we will be having map veto systems on board. So this is going to be an interesting addition to the competitive setup as well. Today's matchup is going to be Pokerface versus Falcons, and with this starting matchup, and then it's going to be FTG versus SPG. Both of these teams have featured yesterday, and we will be seeing WAC and Genesis. This is the first time we're going to see Genesis play today, so it's going to be definitely interesting to close out the evening. 9K, which of these 3 matchups are you most... I mean, of course, we did talk about your former players, but which of these which of these matches would you think would be the most interesting today?
I think the third match is definitely the one of the biggest match because they have so much like an ex-OWCS player, and I think they're seeing each other like not play long time together, but seems like a lot of them play pretty good. What I heard it from the other team, and so I think this is interesting. The point to watching today.
Alrighty, and this is the peak of LAN, chat, because we are seeing Poker Face in the flesh, and they are coming here. Yes, they did play yesterday, and they had a great 3-0 win over Simpresa Gaming yesterday. They played really well, and of course, they're in high spirits. How do you think about this team, 9K?
So, sorry about it. So, Poker Face it seems like a lot of a good DPS and a good ban line. So, only thing is that I'm watching a Peppy and Jasmine last year at the contenders. They're doing pretty well in that time, but they didn't not prove against a OWCS player, a tanker player. So, I want to see how much they're doing performance today.
All right, so what 9K said is that Poker Face generally has a very high talent ceiling. However, their tank line needs to prove against the best of the best players because Team Falcons is here, and this is a strong roster if there is a strong roster in this world. And what are your thoughts about Team Falcons, 9K?
When they losing, they lose a lot of things. I think even they're not my ex-player, I don't care they're losing or winning. I only cheer for the underdog.
Alrighty, so we have a little bit of bias towards Poker Face from our analyst here, and this is going to be the starting 5 for Poker Face. Damage, DPS players, Proud and Becky is going to be starting, and Peppy is going to be starting on the tank role instead of Jasmine. Support, Iris and Faith. Iris, Faith. So Simple is going to be on the bench today, so we still have a lot of room for flexibility on the side of Poker Face. So, Peppy is starting over Jasmine. What does this imply?
OWCS, as I know, is an off tanker, so the meta-wise, probably the Peppy doing more coordinate dive, and maybe Jasmine is more aggressive their own playstyle. Because what I saw last year at the contenders, Peppy was a really hard carry when he plays Sigma, so I was giving a lot of credit to thinking about him. But maybe that is an aggressive tanker is a Poker Face what they wanted, because if you think about the yesterday SPG and the Poker Face match, it was a quite one-side match. So it's I'm not sure why it was a one-side match, but it seemed like a tanker doing a lot of things maybe.
Alrighty, so we're definitely going to look at Peppy here. Maybe I am expecting a little bit of the Sigma that Peppy has been showing in the entirety of last year, and at a pretty good level, to be honest, as well. So we have Team Falcons that is going to be going against Poker Face. The starting 5 of Team Falcons is going to be Proper and Stalker. Such a terrifying damage duo as we've seen yesterday. And Smurf is starting on the tank role like we've seen yesterday as well. Yes, Hanbin did feature later on in the match, but it was Smurf who was starting. And then it's also Fielder Chio, the Team Korea backline that has been showing a lot of, I guess, dominance for the past few years, to be honest. And this team just, I don't know, it just explains for itself.
Sorry, I wasn't focusing about their picture. I was.
It's okay. The motions are really impressive, so I understand.
I was so fun about that.
It's okay. But I mean, to keep on to my point, this roster is just in every role it's just full of superstars. So, is there? I mean, if you're in Poker Face's shoes, what do you need to do in order to overcome this, I guess, giant of a roster?
So, as I know, the Hanbin Smurf Fielder Chio has a OWCS champion trophy. But Proper Stalker don't have it. They're the weakest part of the team.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he did win the Holiday Showdown. So.
I don't care about during the season 1.
Oh man, well, that's all right. That's a little harsh, but the best players need high standards to evaluate upon. So I guess that's pretty fair. And we are getting ready for our first map. Our first map is going to be Lijiang Tower. Remember, chat, this is a map veto system. So each of the team gets to ban a map map that they don't want to play. And so it looks like Falcons banned Ilios and Pokerface banned Samoa. And then also it was Falcons who gets to pick, and so they picked Lijiang Tower. Can you kind of give us a little bit of explanation on why these teams may have wanted to ban and pick these maps?
So the simple reason is like Samoa is a quite recently map, so everyone have a different knowledge and like a that detail. So that is the meaning about that. They probably want to get the more detailed style of the map, and also Lijiang Tower is probably the backline. Like a ping pong is really important, and it's not easy as like a other map. So that is the reason like a Chio and Fielder they have a pretty good like a standard healer skill. So that means like they probably want to get more advantage of that point.
Alrighty, and also to add on to that, Team Falcons on yesterday's match, they actually won with Lijiang Tower, so they probably just don't have no reason not to pick Lijiang Tower. And interesting thing is that Pokerface banned out Samoa, which they have been winning on, which they won on yesterday. So it's kind of interesting to see that as well. Maybe they think that like their composition against Team Falcons wasn't as, I guess, as advantageous as would have been in the last in yesterday's match. And we see a lot of fans here in the venue as well. I'm so good to see fans. It's the energy that they give is so great, and what makes the match is so much interesting. And I think we are getting ready to start the lobby as the graphics are up. Nice graphics, by the way. And all right, it looks like we're ready to get into the match, and players are ready.
Seems like tech issue.
Maybe. It looks like Chio doesn't have his headset on, so maybe that's a minor issue over there. All right, production actually gave me the call that it is indeed a Chio's audio issue. This is, I mean, as long as it doesn't get too long, I think this is one of the interesting things that happen in LAN events. It's not like you're not playing in the comfort of your own room or your team house. That is, I mean, to the players, it might not be like always a plus, but the trade-off is always there because you're in front of the fans. Like, you get to hear those team cheers. I think it's definitely worth it, but we hope. It looks like from the player cams right now, Chio is getting his headset replaced, so hopefully it's not as long as an issue.
So during this past time, let's talk about the Pokerface a bit more. So the one thing I'm not sure the people remember about this point, but RS used to be like Houston after he moved to the Seoul Dynasty. So right now, Falcon coach is like a Jungbo. He was a same team with the RS. So if today Pokerface doing the RS doing the hard carry on some point, Jungbo might be regret.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, and also a good storyline to point out is that, like 9K said, Team Falcons is led by both Junkbuck and Krusty, if I'm not mistaken. And also, like you said, Iris was formerly of the Houston Outlaws that Junkbuck led. So it's kind of like a small revenge arc for Iris. Like, hey, you didn't bring me along with Team Falcons, so I'm gonna bring you down, take you down. And so it's interesting to see what they have to offer here. Iris is a really talented support. I'm really excited to see what the compositions are going to look like, because we haven't played a lot of the Korean matches, but it looked like Doomfist is kind of like the default composition, and a lot of the DPS compositions and support compositions rotate around that. We've seen a lot of Tracer Echoes, and then a lot of Lucios, by the way, and then a little bit, like, depending on what the composition was, a lot of the Kiriko and the Mora. Are we expecting similar stuff today?
A lot of chance, and probably except like some hybrid map, a lot of chance both team gonna be play the Doomfist comp. Yeah.
All right. So also, very quick question here. We've seen a little bit of Peppy playing a lot of the Sigma and sometimes the Junker Queen. So if Peppy does bring out the Sigma, what change does that bring to like the Pokerface composition overall?
So I think very few teams have a double flex support. So that is probably there's a lot of advantage of doing the double flex support on the certain map. So that is probably they want to bring the table for the advantage. But also Falcon is very few team have a double flex support. So I want to see the face each other, the double flex support, because we haven't seen like a double flex support matchup.
All right, and also Team Falcons has Surmajed on the roster as well, who's also a very, very well-known flex support. So maybe if it comes to that, a double flex support duel, we might see Surmajed actually playing today because we haven't seen him feature yesterday. So definitely interesting to see that as well. I think teams are still needing some time to get ready. So this is where I, we talk about random stuff.
So the one thing more I want to try to mention, maybe during the match, but FaZe last year at the Boston, as a coach, I saw him play really well, and I heard it from the Heesang and the Sugar Free. He's a really nice person and giving a lot of advantage of the fight and a lot of like a good knowledge of the game and translate level. But they're full Korean, doesn't need the translate level. But yeah, he is one of the key to see the today match, because I'm not really sure yesterday match because it was just one match map. But last year Boston, he's one of the big part of the winning. Why Boston was have a good lizard.
Yeah, I believe that Faith was also on the Vancouver Titans last year, and he was a big part of that. Let's talk about, good point on the Lucios, because I've noticed, of course, I'm not as expert as an analyst as you are, 9K, but from what I've seen yesterday, we've seen the Lucio be a very integral part of any team composition that we've seen yesterday. What, in particular in this meta, what does the Lucio provide in value, and what does the Lucio need to do well in order for their team to win?
So simply I want to say is, if the Lucio have a same hero pool, like a com each other Lucio job is really important, because Lucio can marking the tracer, Lucio can deliver the archerical advantage of the spot, and Lucio also can giving the lot of healing. The who has a much more sound barrier. First sound barrier is a really important of the fight. And the damage also, some people not realize it, but when you see the Scream Lizard, a lot of winning team Lucio have a much more damage than the against the enemy Lucio, because almost like some team is like a 2-4k gap, and when that mean like our Lucio is way better than the enemy, and that is not can be on the table to see, but it's huge impact for the team.
Yeah, so I think it's really integral for any team that has Lucio in their composition to have a very aggressive, I guess, Lucio, because it kind of defines the tempo that they play. And let's see, hopefully it looks like Shio is having his headset back on, so hopefully we will be able to go through the match very quickly. But let's talk about Lijiang Tower a little bit. Lijiang Tower, I think, I don't know. I would be very surprised if I see a Sigma in Lijiang Tower.
I haven't seen it in my whole life.
Yeah, so yeah. I haven't seen it either. Maybe Peppy would have preferred the jungle queen, maybe? But we'll see very shortly, as I am hearing that both teams are ready to go into game, and we are finally into Lijiang Tower. Alright, I am waiting for the hovers to come, and here's the team chance. Always sweet to hear those team chants. That's, I mean, there may be different reasons of why professional players play professional gaming, but the fans, the energy that the fans give, the vibes, the community that it makes is what I believe is why players become professional at this game. And I mean, look, old things aside, we're looking at the compositions here. Pokerface is going with the Doofus comp as we have anticipated. We are going with the Tracer Echo DPS lineup, and we have Lucio and Hiriko. Team Falcons is also matching, so this is basically a mirror matchup. We'll have to see the initial fight. No casualties as of yet, but we have seen the proper Stalker doing a lot of damage in yesterday's game, and it looks like they are finally into action as Team Falcons make an early team kill and will be able to take first cap on the point.
So if you guys saw how the fight was going, because they probably catch the enemy Lucio was the coast side, so their Kiriko was isolated in that fight, so they probably have a call for the dive for the Kiriko, because if the Kiriko forced out the situation, Kiriko if very down have a huge downtime for the healing, and that is the reason they're hard targeting about the Kiriko.
Yeah, and also I think what really kind of makes the difference here is that also the change DPS passive that reduces healing received whenever a DPS hero does damage is also really important. Makes like what forms this meta, and Team Falcons is currently not letting go of this advantage, that the early advantage that they have, and the DPS with the ultimates that they have are definitely going to be pulling the trigger. And here is that Kitsune Rush, and they're slowly flushing out Poker Face. Yes, Becky used duplicate, but was taken out really quickly, so he's back to his Echo form, and it looks like, okay, Poker Face is gambling to commit here and use the Kitsune Rush, but Becky is taken out early, so that's a numbers disadvantage for Peppy, and Peppy taking down before he could bail out with the ultimate, and it looks like Poker Face has to regroup again at 66% 9K. It looks like a very uphill fight for Poker Face right now.
So this situation happened a lot of time, because if you're consistently play the second fight is almost like every single ulti is coming back. So so when the second fight ultimate is coming back, that means like if you have a point, you sound barrier is going to be much more better than the enemy sound barrier. So if you're starting about the Kiriko ulti, they need to have to using like a lot of resources to coming back. So in that time, your sound barriers have a much more value than the enemy sound barriers. That is the reason it's going to be most of the time it's happened to 99% like this one.
Oh wait, did that sound barrier just get canceled? Because I did not see any temporary health from that. And in the meanwhile, Stalker and Chio looking for blood as Poker Face struggles and fails to touch, and it is a clean 100-0 for Team Falcons. It did take a little bit of time for Team Falcons to finish up the first fight, but after they won the first fight, they never just gave up of the lead that they had, and what a performance from Team Falcons here.
Yeah, also the Parkon did it very well, but in other hand, because I think the Poker Face need to be like making the decision making about what they want to do, but they're just like automatically just using they're using Kiriko ulti, I'm not using Kiriko ulti. When they're using like a sound barrier, we don't have it, so maybe they need to give up or we need to go. Like they need to be like more coordinated about that, but maybe they have a lot of pressure right now. So I think this is only first map and first fight, so let's see how they can improve during the fight.
All right. We are going to Gardens on our second round as Team Falcons remain unchanged on their team composition and Poker Face as well. So this is the composition that both teams think that they have that works best, not just for them, but also in the meta as well. But Stalker taking down Faith first in the fight, so Poker Face has to back off because they are lacking the speed boost and the sustain that the Lucio is providing. So once again, Team Falcons taking an early lead, and knowing Team Falcons here, they are not a team that will easily give up a lead, any lead that they have. And it looks, first cap goes to Team Falcons as they are still looking for the neutral fight here. No ultimates online as of yet, but Faith is back, so it is finally a 5v5 fight. Back, Peppy looking for a good punch angle here, but it doesn't look like he will be able to find one as Smurf is just wreaking havoc, but maybe he went a little bit too far. But Proud is taking down instead of Smurf. I thought Smurf was going down here, but Proper is also taking down Faith. Once again, Team Falcons is going to take the lead, and now we are approaching ultimates, and Team Falcons, they are in the lead.
So seems like a Falcon understanding of this meta like more than other team, because one of the things like when the enemy take the space, like Smurf just tried to isolate their backline. In that time, he just using like a resource as much as possible, but he seems like almost died it. But in that time, perfectly filters just fill the situation to the not Smurf die. There's like I think they're understand of the really meta of how they're using those skill resource.
Alrighty, if you look at the situation here, a lot of the ultimates are actually on par except for the sound barrier. So Team Falcons has the sound barrier advantage here. Both teams are using the Kitsune Rush, and so this is going to be a bloodbath either way, but Proud is taking down first. Fielder is shaded out, but Iris is also down, so this is a numbers advantage for Team Falcons. Proper and very low, cannot use the duplicate, so it did not survive. Chio uses the sound barrier. They are committing, and it looks like this fight can go either way at this point, but it looks like Poker Face will be able to win out this fight and take the point away for Team Falcons for the first time in this match, and they are finally on the board.
This is really a good situation for the Poker Face because they still have the sound barrier and the Chio doesn't have it. I mean, he probably literally gonna be get the second sound barrier during like a 2 more fight. So in that time, like a Poker Face can be like making the snowball for the take the space. They need to do really hard fight about the not using the sound barrier. If you want to use the sound barrier, they need to only that is huge like diving. But I think they so much hesitate to making the decision to dive it. I think just they need to like not thinking about too much about it. They need to just make sure about the which ulti they want to go to diving.
Yeah, sometimes making the time to make decisions does matter, and the quicker you make those decisions, as long as you're coordinated, will be leading into, I mean, not maybe necessarily the best, but actually still a acceptable conclusion. But the failure to from Pokerface to make a decision to dive there did cost them a lot, as Team Falcons is wiping them, and team kill once again, and 99% on Team Falcons. And okay, Pokerface did not even have any bodies to touch here because they lost the fight so late in the game, and so that is going to be map 1 for Team Falcons. I mean, yes, Pokerface did have 1 or 2 good fights that they won, but in the end, Team Falcons was in control the entire game, well, entire map rather, and they just showed their dominance here.
Yeah, I think Team Falcon did pretty well, but I think it's not the meaning of the Poker Face doing the wrong or like making each player doing the something bad play. There just need to be like an understanding about what they're as strong as yesterday, because it seems like their tempo was way slower than the Falcon, because probably reason that they're not having the which target they want to diving in the normal situation. Because normally if you have the same comp, a lot of team making the decision before the fight started or before the even like a feedback time. Let's do focusing about some target.
Yeah, so that was first. Wow, what a way to open up the series for Team Falcons here, and we are currently waiting for the second map to happen. Just for information, the map veto system works in a way that all the maps. So there is a higher seeded team and a lower seeded team. The higher seeded team gets a map pick selection on the first, third, and fifth map, and the lower seeded team gets map selection on the second and fourth map. In this case, Team Falcons was the higher seeded team, so they have map selection on map 1, so Legion Tower was their pick, and it will be Pokerface's pick for the second map as well. It's interesting to see what both teams will be banning. I do actually have some spoiler alerts. I won't give out what the map is for the second map, but I will give what the teams banned for the second map as well. So Pokerface banned out Hollywood, and Team Falcons banned out Blizzard World.
So Midtown and Kings Row left.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, that means more than 60% probably they're gonna be choose Kings Row.
Kings Row.
Yeah, because the Kings Row, because yesterday, if you guys saw the match, they bring the double flex support, and the Falcon team have a Majet. Majet is English speaker, and they have a not probably speaking English very well, the Falcon, so it's maybe they struggle. So if I want them to be forced to bring the Majet on table, I want to be probably choose Kings Row.
All right, so we'll see what happens after this short break, and we'll be back. to the Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are currently on map 2 on our first match of the evening between Team Falcons and Pokerface. Map 1 was very one-sided, if I can say that, 9K. And how, just in general, what was your impression on both teams?
I think the impression of the both team is the first of all I want to talk about the Falcon, because the Falcon first fight at the control center, that was like a clean target about the Kiriko, because the coast side enemy Lucio was there, so that means enemy Kiriko isolated most of the time. So if the isolate Kiriko, the team target dived, the Kiriko, like a most important skill, can be forced out, and that means they will have a really narrow space, and automatically Tracer and the Echo have a much more better space control than the enemy DPS.
Alright, so if Pokerface wants to win the next map, I believe from what 9K just said, they need to keep Iris alive and make those, have him, just not use those important cooldowns for his own survival. But speaking of next map, we are going to Midtown. I believe this is the first time in Overwatch Champions Series Korea that we are seeing Midtown. We've seen this map a lot in the previous tournament, which was the Holiday Showdown, but what does Midtown imply to you, 9K?
Okay, let's talk about the Midtown, but I want to talk something before. I want to be more clear about what the point was I say that, because I say that the Falcon, the important thing is not diving the RS is not important. That's not really important. The important thing is they making the quick decision which target was weak their part. But I think last Pokerface 2 map, seems like their skill level is not really bad, but their targeting is very slow. So they need to be find out which target they want to dive. They need to be clean. So so sorry about the delay about that point, but let's talk about the Midtown. Midtown is classically good at the Doom map, and secondly good at the Sigma map. So a lot of teams a struggle of using Doom piece against Sigma, because Sigma can do so much during the damage stacking to enemy take the space, and once you have a fail to take the space, most of the hybrid map, first point, if you success at the defense, you have a huge snowball to possible to hold the first point as long as much possible. But if you get the one time break the first point, your snowball is possible to go to until the end of the second point. So most important fight is defense first fight. Is most important thing.
Alright, so we're definitely going to look at that first point defense as we are going to Midtown and the first time in Overwatch Champions Series Korea. Let's see if Pokerface will be able to overcome the might of Team Falcons here, because they do not want to leave the venue early tonight, as we're hearing the team chants. Alright, a lot of energy for the both sides of the matchup, as we're seeing Peppy on the Sigma, and wow, we're seeing a double flex support. 9K.
Very interesting point is the Falcon didn't bring the Majet on here, so they probably want to keep the Lucio com. So this is a very interesting point, because first fight, what do I mention is very important, and there seems like using the Diva Lucio together, that is a really high aggressive dive com. So the most of the time when you dive to the Zenyatta, Ana can't do something too special for your Gen. So they're probably trying to find the target dive to the Zenyatta.
Alright, and in case we haven't mentioned it, Hanbin is coming in the place of Smurf this map. So both tactical decisions, both important tactical decisions for both teams, and it's definitely interesting to see what's going to happen. Peppy very, very low and taken down. So remember what Nike said, the first point defense is going to be very, very important, but it seems like Team Falcons is just disregarding that fact and just pushing by sheer force, as every member on the team on the side of Team Falcons is just bloodthirsty and taking out Pokerface. Yes, Proud may be there for the occasional touch, but it does not look very bright of a situation as Proud is taken down. I don't think there's anyone to touch, and there is that cap. 5 minutes and 40 seconds on the time bank for Team Falcons. Remember, yes, Peppy is on the Zarya now, but it looks like Team Falcons, at least for the time being, will be able to use the snowball to get more and more and more ground.
So if you taking the first point really bad, that means even your soft to counter comp, the counter comp taking a while to be countered. So it's not automatically just counter enemy comp like instantly. So even your soft to Zarya to counter the Diva, they have a lot of time to not can force out to the push the payload.
All right, so Pokerface, although, like what 9K said, although Pokerface did come up with a counter composition, Team Falcons is already having an ult advantage and also a positional advantage as well, because if Pokerface did just need to regroup all the way back from butt. Okay, Chio did survive that early aggression from Becky. Good try though, and now we're having key ultimates online. But remember, where the card is already almost up to the end of point B. Both teams are using ultimates here. We are using the Katsuna Rush and duplicates from both Echoes. So we have 4 tanks on the field, but it looks like Team Falcons is the one that's going to be taking the lead, at least in terms of kill feed here. And resistance from Pokerface is likely going to be for nothing here, as proper Stalker, the DPS duo of Team Falcons, is shredding through the defenses of Pokerface.
Yeah, so what do I say is the important thing is about the counter comp, when it's going to be possible to block the enemy tempo and the condition. So right now, third point is a pretty good map for the Zarya, can do something, a lot of things, and damage stacking. So this is really important time for the Pokerface, the counter at the first fight.
Okay, so Pokerface needs a way to stabilize Becky very low. Becky taking down in the neutral fight is not gonna help their cause, and Ares has to use his transcendence for, I guess, against his will in order to save his teammates. But Proud is taking down as well, so this is more ground taken on the side of Team Falcons. Yes, a few ultimates was used from Team Falcons as well, but Pepe taking down. So Pokerface is not even being allowed to have a proper 5v5 fight, because everyone on the side of Team Falcons is just so aggressive, so good, that they're not even allowing a 5v5 fight. And remember, this is 3 meters into, and no touch on the side of Pokerface. Pepe denied the opportunity to even use his ultimate for the entire defense. As Team Falcons, I do have to check if this is one of the fastest midtown pushes in the history of competitive Overwatch. But man, what a push from Team Falcons.
Yeah, that is a really interesting point to see the whole time the fight. But is the attack team decided by Falcon or the Pokerface?
Pokerface chose the map, so it is Falcons who gets to choose the side.
Yeah, so if you want to hold the first point defense against a very aggressive team, the best thing is like using the more aggressive comp to be defense, because it's not Scream Lizard wise, probably you're not having that much like a bad experience, but once you losing the map and you going to the second map, and when you not using the aggressive comp or really slow comp, you maybe have a lot of struggle time to be defense.
All right, and this is going to be a very uphill fight for Pokerface, because remember, Team Falcons has 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the time bank. They have more time than when they started the map. Yeah, so Pokerface, not only do they have to full push, they have to compete with the 4.5 minute time bank. Looks like Pokerface will be employing, well, opting to go with the Doomfist dive composition here, so they're making major changes from their composition, while Team Falcons, mostly unchanged. I think they haven't changed at all. Pepe looking like he saw the composition from Team Falcons and wants to change to the Junker Queen composition. What does this change imply?
So Junker can come really strong, like a near fight, like close fight. So probably Team Falcon probably do the more like a ping pong style, and they try to find the enemy DPS, like especially Tracer and Echo. Echo is the most easy target for them to dive in, so they're probably damage stacking. But this map is not easy to rotation. If you're once you're rotation, the damage is gonna be huge damage for during the rotation.
All right, at least what Pokerface did is that they managed to get inside that room, but Team Falcons looks like they want Pokerface out of that building, so they're back in the streets of New York as Team Falcons, they are they have no rush. They're not rushing. They're taking it very slow with Hambin on the front, and Peppy also very low. Okay, Peppy taking down. I was about to wonder what Peppy's options were, but if he's down, he's no option other than to just wait for his teammates. And Proud taking down Stalker, that's a silver lining. But remember, they don't have Peppy, so they don't have the force to just force in the point.
Yeah, but the Tracer down is not really dangerous situation for the Team Falcon because still the Tracer can come in on back to stop. That is too much using because the Lucio beat is coming back and that Junker can Lucio beat is so important for the fight. Now they're like clean up. So what do I mention at the first fight is really important is at the hybrid because once you losing the hybrid for first fight, it's once that is like a easy snowball to the block the whole time. And because same as post map, you're gonna be trade your Lucio beat each other, then you're gonna be trade your Kiriko ulti. It doesn't matter which was first or later, but that means when you're not using clean ulti, that is really high danger situation for the poker face.
That's a really good point because remember, time is not on poker face side. So even if they trade equal value, it is not going to be in. Well, poker face is not going to be the one that's going to smile. And there are those ult trades that you've mentioned, 9K, as all 4 support ultimates are used for that fight. Hambin and Stalker taking those kills. So it is once again going to be a Team Falcons win for a team fight. And the timer looks like it's going to be under a minute soon when the next fight is going to happen. And with those ultimates online, Poker Face is going to have both DPS ultimates online and also the Rampage. They have to make it count because this might be their last chance.
So my question is, who gonna be you target if you're Junker King to the Rampage?
I have no idea.
The best target is a Lucio, but Lucio is a not easy target for that. So that means Junker King ulti is not really matter. The matter is of this fight is you Echo ulti. Echo ulti, you need to really use it very well.
Becky taking down and denied that duplicate. So that's one option less. Proper taking down Faith as well. Yes, Peppy did use that Rampage onto Chio. So Chio very, very low. But okay, in the end, Chio goes down. But the damage is already done for the side of Poker Face. And 30 minutes on the clock. They don't have a lot of options left. Peppy taking down as well. So Poker Face does not have a lot of bodies to take on the point, and it's 20 seconds now. It is going to be a matter of a desperation touch for the side of Poker Face. Yes, Becky and Proud do have their ultimates, but what? They can only do so much against the might of the Team Falcons right now.
Yeah, but still they have a duplicate. That means, and Kiriko ulti coming back. That means they still have a chance we can touch the point, and they still have a chance to be like winning the fight. It's not really end of the fight, but the problem is the Diva ulti is one of the best ulti that can control the point.
Peppy taking down. Yes, Becky did use the duplicate to maybe have a tank on their team, but it is not gonna. It is looking grim as Poker Face is denied and is full held by Team Falcons. Match point for Team Falcons. Wow, this Team Falcons is scary. They're so good right now. I mean, Poker Face, this is not just any pushover team. They won Simply Gaming 3-0. Look, and even if you look at Poker Face's roster, it looks like they have a lot of former Overwatch League talent. They have a lot of good aspiring talent as well. But even despite that, Team Falcons looks like they're really comfortable just winning against this Poker Face roster.
Yeah, the Poker Face roster is probably the pretty good roster to be on this stage. I mean, this season yesterday they won the 3-0, and also they're just never have a good experience against the stage, and probably they also need like a bit more the tempo wise to how do they need to play. So once they're gonna be figure out that point, they will be gonna be back strong. And also one thing I want to say is when you have a match strong team against very earlier regular season, that is good signal for the team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, even I did see Proper like later on, like when on the last moments of the map when he just uses duplicate to the Junker Queen when Junker Queen was almost already down. I think that was a little bit more of a celebratory ultimate. But in the end, Team Falcons, I mean, they still won that fight and they still won the match after that. So I think it's just a show of confidence from Team Falcons. And like you said, 9K, like Poker Face, this is a talented roster. There's no doubt that this is a talented roster, but they need to work on their tempo. They need to work on their team coordination right now because they seem a little bit disoriented, like their target acquisition, target focus seems a little bit off, and they're not kind of ticking off that checklist of their win conditions right now.
Yeah. So why do I mention about the when you have a regular season, have a good like a strong opponent very earlier? Because that means you can be like a screen partner with against like a strong team because you don't have any more match with them. So they also desperate to find some strong team, and that is going to be every single stream. It will be helpful for them to be stronger.
All right, and we are currently on match point now. Team Falcons, they probably have a dinner appointment somewhere because they look like a team that they want to go home really quickly right now. So 2-0 for the side of Team Falcons. Let's talk about map 3 a little bit. Map 3 is going to be push. So, I know what the map is going to be. Poker Face banned New Queen Street, so it's either going to be Esperanza or Colosseo. Esperanza. So, let's just say it's Esperanza. All right, but we can talk about Esperanza later. After a short break, we'll be coming back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are currently at match point on our first match of the evening. Team Falcons pressuring Pokerface 2-0, and Pokerface has to win, has to make it a reverse sweep if they want to win against one of, I guess, arguably the best team in the region right now. And we have a change in the form of Jasmine. Jasmine is taking Pepe's place and the tank role. 9K, educate me with what this means. I believe that most of Jasmine's hero pool is almost similar with Pepe's. So what does this specifically, if you were a coach, why would you make this change? I know this is a difficult question.
No. I think I can have like a several or like an answer back. So one thing is like protect our player. Mentally, like they probably have like a lot of stuff from there. And like, do you know when the baseball, when you're losing, you change a pitcher?
Yeah. Yes, I know. So it's just a kind of like, I guess, a new fresh, a fresh air kind of thing. So yeah, I think that's totally fine. Of course, Pepe did. I mean, of course, Pepe's a very talented player, but he did have a rough start against Team Falcons. So maybe he just, it was a team decision to kind of like, give him a break for a second. And or maybe it was that even if they have very similar hero pools, there might be like, hey, you play Sigma for this scream, and the other player plays Zarya for that scream. Maybe that's also a possibility.
Yeah, also that is a high possibility, but the one thing I wasn't making a joke about that, but it's actually one thing true is when you have a 2-map losing streak, when you change a player is the one player is watching the whole match the outside, so he have a much more better knowledge of the team, and he understand about the team vibe. It's very struggle, and you can giving more like an energy back. Or if the team was a too hype, cool down. If your team was a too cold, you're making the steam up. So it's one of the reasons is it making the team atmosphere better.
All right, so you have, I guess, a more objective opinion or like read on the situation, so that may really help. And also, that player would have probably in the bench with the coaches, so the coaches were probably, they had a longer time to kind of give feedback to the entire team. So maybe that's also a reason here. And we are seeing Smurf back on the side of Team Falcons as well. So a change, maybe a tactical change for that for the side of Team Falcons. We are going to Esperanza indeed.
Yeah, Esperanza is a classic map for the using like a dive com, and first fight is not that much important as like a people thinking. The more important fight is second fight, because second fight is going to be bridge side fight, and bridge side your ultimate is not going to be charged enough to do the strong dive. So most of the team losing the second fight at there, but once you win the second fight and first fight, you have a huge snowball for to go to the after the checkpoint. But that is reason this is same as a hybrid situation. The second fight is most important fight for the push map Esperanza.
All right, so I mean, of course, it would be nice if you win the first fight and the second fight, but what Nike said is that the second fight is going to be the most important fight, at least for the earlier stages of the game. We are, as the graphic shows, we are going to Esperanza. It was Team Falcons pick. Remember, Pokerface did ban out New Queen Street, so it was either Esperanza or Coliseo, and we haven't seen a lot of Coliseo in Overwatch Champions Series yet. I mean, if that happens, I'll be very surprised, but currently I'm hearing that Jasmine is having a technical issue with his monitor, so it might take a minute or two for us to get into game. So let's talk about Team Falcons a little bit. Hanbin swapped out for Smurf, Esperanza, Dive. So are we expecting a Doomfist?
Yes.
Okay. So Jasmine is traditionally an off-tank player. Would you expect Pokerface to come with a counter dive composition or matching dive composition?
If this is not push map, I probably want to using Junker King against that. But push map Junker King is not easy to be against like a mobility com, because mobility com have a lot of advantage at the push map, because you still have a second fight, third fight, fourth fight, way better condition than Junker King, like a rush com. So that is the biggest reason about the team using the mobility com at here. But if they feel like they really struggle against the mirror situation, you have a two choice. One, if you want to win the match, you try something different thing to be winning, or if you think about the regular season and playoff, you have a rarely have a good matchup, good like experience. So you're bad for that experience for the just fight mirror situation.
That's actually a really interesting point. Of course, every team plays to win, but like if you look at the longevity, sorry, if you look at the entire season as a whole, it might actually be a good learning experience in trying to match that composition and get some learning points from that, is what 9K is saying. I do believe that Pokerface still has enough confidence to try to win over Team Falcons. So, well, it's going to be an interesting choice to see. We are currently still, I'm hearing that we're still tackling Jasmine's monitor issues. I'm hearing that it will be fixed in a minute or two, so stay tuned with us. Yeah, so I do think that like by bringing Jasmine in, they might come in for something new to kind of, I guess, give Team Falcon some of the unexpected. But we'll see how it goes. Looks like we have a lot of fans on the venue today as well. Is that Carpe?
Why is here?
I mean, of course, he
Mr.
has a lot of
J.
friends. He has a lot of friends playing in the stage, and also, he's in Seoul, so why not? And he's
The funniest reason is the other game tournament he lose, so he's here.
yes, so he doesn't have any other tournament to play.
Okay.
So why not?
I hope he gonna stay until I go there because I want to meet him.
All right, so if anyone who is at the venue, please give a memo to Carpe to stay there because 9K has some words to say to him. But, good to see old faces back and a lot of, this is something that we haven't been seeing, like the cheer placards. This is so good to see because, on an online setting, this just feels different. And let me just translate that placard real quick. Overwatch Champions Series, let's go. So they want us to succeed. Of course, we want the tournament to succeed as well. We're so back, is what I want to say, and we're currently in that process. All right. A little bit on the match. I'm still hearing that the issue is still ongoing. Hardware issues are always a tricky thing to tackle. It's like we always ask how many minutes we have left, and they're saying that they're ready. I was about to say that, hey, hardware issues are not always kind of like a standardized process where, hey, if this happens, this takes about, N minutes, and then it actually happens in N minutes. But we're paused again, so I was right.
Yeah. Do you know, if you have a PhD, you will take it much more less time.
So do I need to have a PhD on what, hardware management?
Yeah. Think about the F1.
All right.
Every single person has a PhD.
Actually, that's very true.
Yeah.
That's very true. So, all right, let me tell our competitive operations staff to get a PhD on what computer
Science?
peripheral. Computer peripheral management.
Okay.
So, yeah, we'll be having that soon. All right, so it's actually a different issue now. So it's not Jasmine's monitor issue anymore. It's going to be Proud's audio issue. Of course, you need to... I think Pokerface needs a little bit of audio settings right now because it looks like they were a little bit off in their coordination. Maybe this issue can help them. Fixing this issue might help them with that.
Oh, okay. I was thinking about you tried to mention about this pause is going to be helpful for the poker face because is this kind of IT issue or something pause issue always kind of help for the team can be bounced back? It's true. I'm not going to say lying at this point. They can be a lot of time they can be back.
All right. So hopefully for the side of Pokerface, this pause will help them. But for Team Falcons, remember, they have a dinner appointment that I don't know that exists. So they need to finish this 3-0.
Wait, what?
No, I was just joking that I don't know if Team Falcons has a dinner appointment, but they're playing as if they have one very soon and want to go out.
Okay. So I want to just one time more mention. Yeah, that's actually nice,
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but as I tried to mention, is like a first fight is kind of important, but first fight is not important as much as second fight. So once you even losing the first fight, if you can trade one of the import hero, you will have a huge advantage for the early take. Oh, looks like they're gonna be not gonna be mirrored. They're gonna be try to win the match.
Yep, Poker Face. Like I said, Poker Face is a team that has a lot of confidence, and they are actually 1-0 in the tournament so far. And even though I think they should still have the confidence that if they win the push map, they might have a way back into this match. And so they are going with the Jungle Queen composition. The DPS is mirrored, but so there's only one difference in the composition, but it's vastly different playstyle.
Yeah, so because a lot of time like a Junker can come have a much more DPS advantage of the fight because you have like a shout for the taking the lot of space, but that is the reason like when the Junker can have a shout, the mobility come normally just kite back to the space. They give you the shot. Yeah, this is like an advantage of the fight, so they're not trying to fight against it.
All right, both Echoes very, very low, but Proud is the one that is taken down early with the proper, Echo's beam rather, and that's going to be a numbers disadvantage for the side of Poker Face, but Stalker is taken down, so this is a 4v4 fight. We still don't know how this fight is going to go. Both Echoes very, very good here. Remember, Becky was also very, very famous for his Echo, but is taken down. But Jasmine takes down two. Faith. So this is the first fight win for the side of Poker Face, and because this was extended 9K, at the second fight that was mentioned was so important, they will be having two ultimates online.
Yeah. So, but they have a critical ulti for looking for the dive, but critical ulti not can possible to die at that space. That space so hard to do the critical ulti for the dive. So they're gonna be make a decision: go dive or just give up the point and charge about the bit more better space for the fight.
All right, so I believe that Poker Face will want to take the offensive here because they have the ultimates when Team Falcons do. Well, I mean, Team Falcons is almost approaching their support ultimates as well, so this is going to be a very, very important fight for both teams. Proud taking down Proper is going to be vital for the side of Poker Face, and they are pulling the trigger with Iris to using that Kitsune Rush. Proud also taking down Chio with the Pulse Bomb. And it's going to be a big win for Poker Face, but the good news for Team Falcons is that they have not used any of their ultimates. So the next fight is probably going to be on Team Falcons' favor.
As ulti, yes. But secondly, the problem is this ulti angle, your critical ulti is not going to be using very well also. So that means still the Poker Face have a lot of advantage of the fight. That high ground, they really hard to take back, and also Team Falcon doesn't have a good angle for the using the critical ulti for the dive. So that means they probably have a struggle time to be taking the fight.
Alrighty, we'll see how it goes as Team Falcons have 5 ultimates in the making here. Oh, what a good knife from Jasmine here, but I don't think it does not lead to any further aggression. Team Falcons is finding a way to access the high ground, but Chio is lost in the process, so this is momentum for the side of Poker Face, and Poker Face is definitely looking for that first point cap here. Both ultimates used on both sides. Proper did use the duplicate and also the Kitsune Rush, but the ultimates used on side of Poker Face make sure that the fight is at least even, but Proper turns out the balance. Well, Team Falcons win, but it was an expensive fight, 9K.
Yeah, it is expensive fight, but it's not expensive as Sound Barrier. Because Sound Barrier is much more important ulti than compared than like any single ulti. But the good news is they're gonna have a critical ulti soon. And also they didn't capture the second point. Did they capture it?
No, they did not.
They didn't, right? So that means like still is not really have a disadvantage for the Team Falcon. Because once they kill the certain target, they're not giving up. Oh yeah, they're pushing hard. They're pushing hard with the Sound Barrier.
That is the Sound Barrier.
That is good disengage. That's actually good disengage because they still can't push the payload enough. Look at that. They need to be kite back. And they also stole the enemy card. So this is really huge play for the Poker Face.
Yeah, so in the end, Team Falcons had to use 2 ultimates, but was not able to get the necessary ground to taking that lead. However, Becky being taken down by Proper may change things. Eris using the Kitsune Rush to push back the side of Team Falcons, but I don't know for long. Maybe they're just buying time for Becky to come back.
I think that's a bad idea to focus on that because
the Becky is really important here for the damage or a lot of things, but it's not important as like a Doomfist team echo. So that means they probably just need to make the quick decision. Like Kiriko ulti was not bad idea, but they need to can be more passionate to like a what is it? Can wait for the more better space for the using it, but they're like probably just have a struggle time and they want to using just it. So once you checkpoint first time you get it, a lot of advantage for the mobility comp.
Exactly, and also like just in the general phase of the game, because remember even though if the bot goes back, you can and you have to come back to the checkpoint. You do not have to wait for that 7 or 8 seconds for them to push further. And right now it's 65 meters, and Team Falcons is still holding on to that lead. That Pokerface.
Nice try.
Would have probably had.
Yeah,
yes, but
that
nice
was
try.
That's right. That is nice try.
Becky is using his duplicate on Doomfist, but did not lead to any, I guess, crucial kills here. It is rather Team Falcons that is making those kills happen, eliminations happen, and they are pushing further and further and further. This is, wow. I mean, I do have to repeat again, this is a very strong show of dominance by Team Falcons here, because yes, I don't think that Pokerface necessarily played bad right now, because they were leading for quite a long time.
Okay, so if you guys want to really know the biggest reason about the why the game is gonna be this side, the biggest point is like if you guys remember, the fielder has a character ulti, and the Pokerface drop the high ground to dive to the enemy. When they get the 1 kill, that 1 kill is not enough to be dropped to fight the Kiriko ulti, but they don't have a Kiriko ulti, and the sound barrier is the only ulti they can possibly block the Kiriko ulti. But that time they make a decision to drop to go. That is the reason they probably put the Jasmine to making the decision. Oh yeah, this is good. This is not bad. This is not bad. This is not bad. This is actually not bad because
now it's bad?
Yeah.
Alright, so Proud taking down earlier was not probably a problem in 9K's view for Pokerface, but Jasmine also taking down in the process was very problematical, because remember, Team Falcons is exceeding 100 meters now, and with only less than 3 minutes remaining, it will be a very uphill fight for the side of Pokerface to kind of close that gap. And even in this fight right now, Team Falcons is pulling the trigger with the early Kitsune Rush, and Pokerface only has a few ultimates to counter that. And remember, they have to use these ults to win the fight after this. So they can't afford to use too many ultimates, but at the same time, they have to win this fight in order to survive in this map.
Yeah, that is true, because even the Team Falcon losing this fight, they still doesn't feel like it's gonna be like a bad decision or bad situation for them at all.
Yeah, I mean, as long in Team Falcon's point of view, as long as Pokerface is forced into using ultimates, then they have a future. Whereas Pokerface, they need to think about the future as well.
Yeah, so the Pokerface ultimate is more important than the Team Falcon, because Team Falcon individual hero can making the good fight, but once you using like a rush comp, your individual ultimate is really important for the fight, every single fight.
And just looking at like a mathematical point of view, if you just trade it equally, then because you're already at a disadvantage.
This is actually not bad, because they're using they win the fight only Kiriko ulti. This is actually not bad for them, but yeah, they're probably, because this is really huge point they can do, make the snowball. So this is the important point. So if you want to get the really cheap win, the Tracer need to be really sneaky for to kill any of the target. The Lucio is the best target, but Lucio is impossible because the Kiriko have a flower. So the best thing is like force the team fight and every single thing. That if the Tracer can make the kill with the pulse bomb, that is really huge thing. So that is the reason he is here. He want to try to find the target for the pulse bomb.
Alright, so Proud needs to be very sneaky and not be on main, and a lot of pressure on Proud's shoulders for Pokerface, because he needs to make that variable happen.
Yeah, so that is the reason why he hiding, and this is they know. So without that, you don't have an option. So they try to find the fight before that.
Alright, Stalker's pulse bomb goes wide, and 2 Tracers are on the board for Pokerface. However, the kill feed is in favor of Team Falcons, and with 30 seconds remaining, this is bad news for Team Falcons. Team Pokerface, excuse me.
Yeah, so I think Team Falcon did really clever to fight this. They don't have any the losing the light of sight of the enemy when the the tracer was at the nearby the gate and he suddenly just disappeared to looking for the pulse bomb, but they still catch the enemy pulse bomb condition, so that was the reason they're not even giving the chance to be taking the pulse bomb fight.
Yeah, I believe that Team Falcons was tracking the ultimates from the side of Poker Face, and then they know that the only window of opportunity for Poker Face was that Tracer, so they sent Stalker to basically stalk Proud.
Yeah.
And that was good play from Team Falcons, and we are approaching overtime. One team fight loss for the side of Poker Face can seal their fate, because this is, remember, this is match point for the side of Team Falcons. Team Falcons has 4 ultimates and will be using them with will, because one teamfight will close this series, and it looks like they will duly do it as the timer ends and Team Falcons win in a 3-0 fashion. What a show of dominance from Team Falcons here.
Yeah, it is really huge, like a knowledge of the game of the Team Falcon. But one side I want to try to say is when they win the critical fight at the second fight, they still need to make sure about the next fight. They're not gonna be played to dive to the enemy against to drop the high ground. I mean, it seems like a very not like something. Oh, is that much important about this? That was a lot of coach or a lot of players say when I do like this kind of feedback. But if you're thinking about the very single thing, the why is game going this way, something like thinking about the logically where it's come from, is that fight. If they're not Poker Face not dropping that high ground, that means they still can possibly win the match. But anyway, the Jasmine played really good, and they're showing why they put him in during the fight, and everyone looks like bounced back. So it was not bad signal for the Poker Face at all.
Yep, so although the match did end in a 3-0 fashion, Poker Face still showed that they're a pretty good team, and they have a lot of potential for the future. I mean, because the season's pretty long, but for today, the highlight of today and your player of the match is Stalker. How would you rate his performance today?
I mean, Stalker did like a lot of things really good, clean dive with the Smurf whole time, because a lot of map when the Smurf at there, the always Stalker was next to him. I mean, because they're probably Seoul Dynasty time, they probably have already like a matchup the synergy before, so that is the reason they literally do the clean dive together.
All right.
Yeah, that is like a Tracer. It's not. It's kind of Tracer job, because Tracer always need to be ready for the dive together with your tanker. That is like sometimes it's hard because you're doing your own job. So he's making a good play.
All right, so a lot of good words for the side of Stalker from our analyst 9K. And for me personally, like Esperanza was really impressive for me, because I was looking at how Poker Face could win, because they were at a lead for like the first 40 meters of the push, right? And like you said, they had on the bridge, they had the high ground, and even if Team Falcons is so good, they still need a breakthrough to make sure that they come back, right? And I think Stalker provided that, and not just in Esperanza as well. Like I don't think he played anything other than the Tracer today, but like just through his Tracer play, he did what a Tracer needs to do in order for a team to win the match.
True. So I think Poker Face right now needs to be understand of the, maybe it's too much information, but each of the map condition is different to get the winning condition. But also the most important is every single second fight is the most important at the coast map, hybrid, and push map. So if you guys listen about my call, just thinking about the second fight.
All right, but we have an interview with the player of the match himself, and we will be having Quest on the interview translation. So Quest, bring it away.
Hello everyone, my name is Quest, and I will be bringing you the player interviews, the translations of today. And we have Stalker in player interviews. Congratulations on your victory.
네, 오늘 이렇게 승리 축하드리면서 오늘의 POTM이죠. 우리 스토커
You've
선수
received
만나볼 텐데요.
POTM
스토커 선수
for
자기소개 부탁드립니다.
Stalker received POTM for today, so please introduce yourself.
스토커라고 합니다.
And he
네,
introduced himself as
반갑습니다.
my name is
자,
Stalker.
오늘 첫 경기가 펼쳐졌는데 어제 승리를 기록한 두 팀이 만나서 오늘 과연 누가 두
So the
번째
two
승리를 가져갈
teams that
것인가?
got a victory
굉장히
yesterday
고민이 많았어요.
faced off
오늘
today.
승리 소감
So how do you
어떤가요?
feel about today's victory?
어제는 몸이 좀 안 좋아서 아쉬운 경기였는데 오늘은 다행히도 나쁘지 않아서 만족스러운 경기가
There was a little bit of regret yesterday
그렇군요.
because I
어제
was a little bit
아팠음에도
sick
불구하고
yesterday.
3대 0으로
but I am
승리했었는데
pretty happy
오늘은
with my
더
performance
날아다니신
today.
걸로 보입니다. 자, 두 번째 날인데도 불구하고 이렇게 날아다니시고 있는데 어떻게 이렇게 빨리 경기를 장악하셨어요?
How were you able to dominate
그 점은 저희
today's match,
분들께서
your second match?
초반에 약간 어떻게 할지 좀 잘 잡아주셔서 가능했던 것 같습니다.
So
네,
we
그렇군요.
were
자,
able to
그런데
figure out
세 번째
what
세트에서는
went wrong yesterday,
약간 조금
and
밀리는
we were
모습이
able to
있었어요.
grasp
왜 그렇게
what the problems
까다로웠을까요?
were.
그거는 이제 제가 안 죽을 수 있었는데 필더 형이 저안 봐줬기 때문에
He says that
그 점이
Fielder
재밌었습니다.
didn't really
그러면
look out
끝나고
for
이렇게
him
어떻게
because he
한마디
kept
하나요?
dying yesterday.
게임 중에 한번 했어요.
But Fielder was
네,
able
앞으로도 더
to
좋은 모습 보여주시길 기대하면서
look out for him today.
오늘 찾아주신 팬분들에게 한마디 부탁드릴 건데요. 치어풀의 스토커
And
선수
lastly, I want to have you
잠깐만요. 스토커 선수
say something to the fans. And
잠시만요. 잠시만요. 스토커 선수를 너무 잘해. 스토커 선수가 너무
one of the
잘해서
fan signs
할
that
말이
was
없다라고
that
제프를
Stalker's
적어주신
just
팬분이
really good.
있었습니다.
So
그 할 말이 없다
and
퍼포먼스
that the
보여줄
fan
수
sign-
있으신가요?
would you like to respond to the fan sign?
다음에 생각해 보겠습니다.
이렇게만 하면 돼요.
Would you like to respond, Stalker? And I think he's a little bit shy to give the fan service back to the fan that helped us fan sign.
자, 지금까지 팀 팔콘의 스토커 선수 만나봤는데요. 승리 다시 한번 축하드리면서 저희는
Congratulations on the victory
두 번째
again,
경기로
and
돌아오겠습니다.
back to the
FPG와 SPG의
casters.
경기도 기대해 주세요.
All right, thank you, Quest. I mean, it must have been really difficult for him because it was his first translation gig. But thank you so much, Quest. I mean, we'll be definitely having him more on the stage for the interviews. We have our next match in a short while. I don't know. It's FTG versus Sunprisa Gaming. So we've seen both of these teams yesterday. It will definitely be interesting to see how they will fare. But we will find out after a short break. Welcome to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are currently on our second match of the evening. It will be From the Gamer, FTG versus Simprisa Gaming, SPG. I mean, well, we're on our second game, but we do have to talk about our first match. It was a 3-0 win from Team Falcons against Pokerface. How did you, overall, how did you kind of like saw the game?
So I think, what is it, like a Pokerface have their own style. It's not really bad how they're going to want to using the fight at the ultimate, something like that. But they have individual ultimate decision, not individual. They only try to win the fight for the one ultimate. So if you're thinking about the more like a broadly calm, if you're not like a mobility calm, you need to manage about your ultimate until the almost third part. So if they manage about that point, they can be, I think, can be strong about the rush com. But if you want to do mobility com, you don't need to manage that much deeply, but you still need to be managed about which target you want to dive.
All right. So, yes, Pokerface did show some glimpses of hope and also quality. They do need to work on their target acquisition and target focus if they want to win against the bigger teams like Team Falcon, as we've seen. But, like, for Team Falcon, they were terrifying. Like, I've been also seeing their matches yesterday that Wolf and Achilles casted. Wow. But, like, of course, every member on the team is a superstar on Team Falcons, but I just want to kind of get the focus on the DPS lineup right now. It's Proper and Stalker. Like, when I saw Proper kind of duplicate the Tracer and then have two Tracers on the board, that was just a nightmare.
Yesterday?
Yes. Poor Mag, by the way. I mean, for those who have missed yesterday's match, please go see how Mag got stuck 2 times in a single team fight by both a duplicated Proper and a Stalker. So he was properly stalked. Well, I mean, I'm playing with words here, but anyway, let's shift the focus to our second match of the day. It is FTG versus SPG. Both teams have actually played yesterday. From the Gamer, FTG has a 3-0 win on their belt against Vesta Esports crew, and SPG has lost to Pokerface yesterday.
Look at the file list.
Well, I mean, yes, we are seeing from the gaming right now, this is a very stacked roster. Of course, we are definitely going to see the roster graphics here, but this roster is, I mean, some people sleep on this roster, but this is all former L talent here.
Yeah, they're all the very good talent player, and their DPS always get kind of a lot of people doubting about the Alpha and Flora, but I think since like a very beginning until now, every year their performance is getting better and the decision making is better. So I think they're not the best DPS in the league, but they're kind of really high quality of the DPS.
All right, so there's a lot of quality in the side of FTG. We're looking at Simprisa Gaming entering the venue right now. Oh, well, they're kind of getting confused on what they want to do on the stage right now, but now they have. Well, now they did their cheers here. We have a lot of talent on this DPS, well, not just DPS lineup, but on the entire team as well. This team has been competing in the contender stage of competitive Overwatch last year, but let's take a roster look at FTG first. Alpha E Flora on the damage roll. There are no substitutions here. We have Bernard starting on the tank role. We also saw Bellastrea a little bit yesterday, but Bernard was playing the majority of the matches yesterday, and Finn and Violet on the support role. So let's talk about the support role here. Usually we recognize Finn and Violet as 2 flex supports, but currently Violet is on the main support role on the Lucio. So how would you kind of like comment on how Violet's doing on the Lucio role right now?
So I heard like Violet asking the Finn to join the team. And maybe he not satisfied play with the shoe. Because I think Violet is one of the aggressive player, and he have a real high synergy when he play with the Finn. And Finn also maybe feel like, yeah, I think I need Violet, and they're like making the group coordinate, and they believe, probably each other believe, they can bring the team be top level.
All right, and this is definitely a roster that can actually compete at the very, very top. I mean, Bernard is a 2023 Overwatch League winner.
Wait, what? No, he's a Houston.
Oh, my bad. Actually,
I
my bad.
I was telling
no,
you.
that is actually my bad. So I apologize for that. No, but Bernard has been featuring in 2023 Overwatch League after a long break, but we have definitely no disputes about his quality though, and we're going through again, apologies for the hiccup there. Simprisa Gaming, we have Aiden Argon on the damage, Tuyu and Milgaru on the tank, and Hyunjae and Lee Sumin on the support. So we haven't seen Milgaru feature yet, but we've seen I've seen a lot of his play on the and last year with even with the Overwatch League against the Overwatch League teams, because he was playing in the Overwatch League Opens, and Milgaru, generally we perceive him as a ball specialist, but he is definitely have a lot of other heroes on his hero pool, and it's definitely going to be interesting to see how he's going to add up to the current roster, because Tuyu is generally known as a Doompus Sigma Junker Queen player. So he kind of fits the meta, but it will be definitely interesting to see what he can add if things get rough.
And also, he was last year Paris Eternal, right? As I remember...
Tuyu was Seoul Dynasty.
Last year?
Last year, no.
I think I heard it like Tuyu was one of the teams last year, right?
I don't think he featured in any matches, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe I'm wrong, because I think... let me try to find it.
On my notes, it says that he has been previously with the Seoul Dynasty and Genji. So,
but why I feel like I have seen him on the league last year. But maybe I'm wrong. But I think Tuyu is really have a good talent of the tanker, and that is the reason like a Seoul Dynasty pick him up during the season, and he bring the one of the time the second champion. Is that? Vice champion. We normally call vice champion. Yeah, but that mean he have a lot of good mechanic skill. Is that mean he's probably can bring the team to high level. So only the thing is like other DPS and other healer need to be approved to help him to be like making a good team.
Yeah, and Tuyu definitely has that experience to lead the younger members of the team to bring them to whatever success they need to have, because they need that experience if they want to go against the quality of FTG here. We're looking at the map vetoes here. SPG banned out Lijiang Tower, and FTG banned out Samoa. We're looking at Nepal. This is not a map that we've been seeing so commonly here.
Yeah. Sorry about it. So the Nepal is a kind of multiple variation you can play. Like you can do double flex support some way, or you can do something strong lush com at the village, and shrine. A lot of team have an answer about their own answer, but mobility com and rush com is kind of 50-50. Not exactly 50-50, but you can still win each other fight. So SPGs probably want to choose that kind of concept map to be they can bring on table to be fight on advantage.
All right, and it's also interesting to see that SPG is the team that chose Nepal here, and like 9K said, there are a lot of various compositions that we can expect on this map. So maybe, like compared to some of the other maps that we played, like Lijiang Tower, we will be seeing some new. We might expect some new compositions coming around. We are waiting for the players to get ready, and it looks like a lot of SPG fans are in the venue. And well, just seeing this graphic kind of means that teams are almost at least getting or are already ready. So this is a good sign, and I also think that it's really important which part of Nepal we're getting.
Sorry about that.
I also think that it's really important to see which round of Nepal we're getting first, because maybe it's just me, but I think Nepal is a map that where depending on which part of Nepal you're playing, you can have a variety of compositions, tactical decisions at your disposal.
Yeah, I understand your point, but I normally have a that feeling at the Ilios much more, but Nepal, yeah, maybe, because Village is one of the map can definitely have a different type of the com and also other map. But I think right now the meta is not that much like a flexible, so it's probably not important as before.
Okay, so are we still expecting some of the Doomfist or I guess Jungle Queen compositions done on Nepal?
Yes.
Alrighty, and I am hearing that we are getting ready for the match. All the players are getting ready. Flora with that, what is that? Is that a hand warmer?
Ooh.
For Flora. I mean, he does have something in his hand that is not a mouse, so maybe he's getting a hand warmer, because sometimes, you know, the venue can be cold. But anyways, all the players look like, I mean, I think all the players have a very confident face on them right now. I don't think either team is coming to think that this is going to be a very difficult match for either of them. And yes, indeed, the game is ready, and we are going into Nepal for our first map of the series. Alright, by the looks of it, is it going to be Village? I think it is Village.
It is.
And we're hearing the team chants for both teams.
So the Village is an important fight. Is the first fight of the team is definitely everyone agree about that. But who taking more the point side is more important, like just fight. Okay, if you have a point side, once you push out the enemy, there have a mega and a lot of things there can join into the enemy. So most of the team just try to get the point side high ground. But when you have this hero, you can just brain dead rush to the enemy.
So you're talking about this hero, meaning Orisa, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
this is, like I said, we might expect the unexpected here for Sunprisa after Nepal, and this was what they were cooking. And for FTG putting out a standard Doofus dive composition and neutral fight, low health spars across the board for Sunprisa. They are waiting to get healed up. Tuyu still at sub half health, so they might be a little. They might have to back up a little bit for to get healed, but they do. No casualties so far, but it did give FTG enough ground for them to cap first point.
Yeah, so if you guys saw the first fight, the FTG making the really fast decision to go to the around the point side, because I say that the point side important, but they're making the decision way faster than the enemy.
All right, it looks like Sunprisa Gaming just thought that Orisa is not going to work against FTG, at least right now, so they are reverting to match the mirror for the Doofus dive. And I mean, this is a huge disadvantage, especially in this stage of the game, because Bernard has like what 70, like 80% on his meter strike, and then Tuyu is just starting, and Bernard taking down Lisa Min. This is another numbers advantage for the side of FTG. Sunprisa also used the Kitsune Rush, so that's a big loss for SPG.
Yeah, so I was kind of impressed with the Bernard to this level of the skill, because I think last year he played the non-mobility hero, and this time he's showing the proof about the he good at the Doomfist. That is the reason even they have a Bernard, the Veloceira that still play him.
I remember Bernard playing a lot of Sigma last year, if I'm not mistaken, but like it's impressive to see how good he is on the Doofus. If you look at these fight right now, ult used by Hunji and Flora taking down early, but he is respawn, so he will, and he's Tracer, so he will be back in the fight really quickly. But no further eliminations on the side of Sunprisa Gaming, and knowing that the point is still in FTG's control means that FTG is going to like what's happening here to violate taking down Bartuya, so maybe not that, but still Bernard using the ultimate for, I guess, they're committing and taking down Lucimin. Yes, Flora is down, but Bernard is on a rampage and Lucimin is taken down, so this might be a equal fight until Tuyu takes down Albai. So Tuyu also showing that he is very good on the Doofus. So this fight might go on the side of SPG, but it is also already overtime. And Sunprisa Gaming, one teamfight loss means that they have to give up the round.
Yeah. So if you guys remember, this was only the second fight. It's only the second fight, kind of. Yeah. So that is like I say that post-match second fight is really important. Yeah, but. Yeah, they still have the point. They're gonna be charged about their critical ulti. So when you have this kind of condition, you need to like really thinking about which ulti you're gonna be making. The best scenario is don't use the ulti and just win the fight. So that means Tracer, Echo need to get the more space to taking the enemy joining, and they making the decision diving.
All right, Sunprisa Gaming, however, is approaching to both support ultimates, and like I said, one loss is going to cost them the round, and so they probably wanted to use them, but so many members falling individually on the side of Sunprisa and FTG. This is going to be looking like an easy round win for them.
Yeah, so they tried to make the decision before the Kiriko ulti charge it because they know if even they using the Kiriko ulti, if the fight going a long time, they're going to have advantage of the fight. So that was not bad decision. That was not bad decision, but maybe next time you can set up earlier for the dive. Yeah, but it was not bad decision.
All right, this was, I believe, the second fight, the start of the second fight, because Chiyu started with the reset and then changed to the Doomfist. But I mean, this is just a round highlight in general. Bernard showing his prowess on, very impressively on the Doomfist.
Yeah. His skill level is very high, but I was very funny about how the Violet died. It's like I can say that is Violet.
All right, I mean, Violet does Violet stuff. Yeah. I mean, we also saw that yesterday. So
he died at the King's Row Widowmaker when he said it. Don't die to the Widowmaker.
Yes, and then he was the one to die.
Yeah.
So Violet still doing Violet things. Nice to know that some things don't change.
Yeah.
But speaking of things that don't change, FTG's composition and Simprisa's Gaming SPG's composition has not changed. So this is once again a Doomfist dive mirror. Both are looking for openings so far, not having a major elimination so far. The Tracer duel.
Okay, I'm gonna add about the difference because this is always have a lot of reason about that. But when you have a more we normally call elephant side, that elephant side is way better than like the enemies. Oh, that's really huge. That is Kiriko job. That is a Kiriko job.
All right, so taking out Flora is going to be a very big plus for the side of Simprisa Gaming because that much pressure on from the Tracer is denied on the side of FTG, and I guess Lee Soo-min just won the fight for them, pretty much.
Yeah, that is the best shot to be win the fight with the very low risk and the high return. Because that is the reason like a lot of teams using Kiriko. Because Kiriko is a really good hero to deny the enemy Tracer. When you did that, that is making a lot of huge thing. So thinking about the Kiriko is not only hero, you need to do like a marking the Tracer.
All right, we are approaching the stage where we are going to be using ultimates for the fights, and ultimates galore. Violet using the sound barrier, and also Lee Soo-min used the Katsune Rush. However, FTG is the one who's going to be smiling because they are going to be taking kills left and right. And FTG, it was a very, I mean, I would say it's a very cheap fight for them because they only used one ultimate. Of course, Simprisa Gaming also only used Katsune Rush and also the Pulse Bomb, but still, winning a team fight with one ultimate and regaining control of the point is something that I would be happy with.
Yeah, it is a really happy time for them to be like winning this condition. I will tell the more detail later, but right now the most important thing is the sound barrier. How they gonna be denied from the sound barrier? How they gonna play against the sound barrier? Let's focus about that point.
All right, maybe what FTG wants to do is take out Hyunjae before the sound barrier is used, and that is exactly what Violet did. I previously said that Violet does Violet things in a joking way, but this is also something that Violet does in a violent way, and that, wow, that it was a very important kill if I'm not mistaken here.
Look at the smile. Yeah, when you did like that kind of thing, they're like a smile a lot during the even match.
Yeah,
it's fun to watch.
Those are good times for FTG, and remember, they did not use a single ultimate in that fight, and they just repelled SPG out of the point. Now it is approaching 70% progress on the point, and we will be having a big fight, and FTG starts to pull the trigger with the Katsune Rush. Hyunjae taking down once again, so that sound barrier is denied for the side of Simprisa Gaming, and once again, it looks like a team fight win for FTG. Simprisa Gaming is approaching final fight territory, but the question is, can they even get that final fight? Because FTG is fighting in Simprisa Gaming territory.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hard time for them to do. Even they touch the point, their beat is gonna be almost like a not really impactful. The beat is just like a bandage the situation, and you get the counter bit. Good counter bit. Oh, now how they gonna play? Still dive. Kiriko is not can cover the team fight for the winning. It's only weapon skill.
And they don't have enough bodies. Argon is going to be there to touch, but not for how long? Not long. And that is going to be second round of Nepal for FTG. And once again, we're having a 2-0 win on our first control map. this is even in our first match we had a 2-0, and now this is our second 2-0 of the day.
Yeah, this huge point because Violet is one of the best Lucio, making the build up the ultimate faster than any single player. When the 2022, one of our strategies, our Violet ultimate is faster than most of the teams, so we just brained it with the Violet first ult. They did it, and also the Kiriko ulti is impossible to block the enemy sound barrier rush. So that means the second fight, the most important is when they take track to space using your Kiriko ulti before they're using sound barrier. Once they're using sound barrier, you need to using the counter sound barrier for the win the fight. But FTG not giving the chance to them to do that play, and they're making the totally the stereotype of the play.
And we are having fans of the DPS duo of FTG, and well, I mean, of course, every DPS player is playing well in the entire lobby. But wow, Flora, and I want to give credit to Flora and Alpha. Yes, like the spotlight goes to Violet for Nepal at least, but still, I think Flora and Alpha are doing their jobs very admirably, and SPG, they need to keep up to this pace of FTG because FTG is playing in such a high pace that SPG, at least in Nepal, did not seem to keep up.
Oh, we're in here. Yeah, so I was like leading about the something, but yeah, I think FTG is like when you guys see the tempo of the fight, FTG was way faster, and also Falcon was way faster. I mean, if you want to want to be a high level, your body need to be not have a time for the thinking about the what you want to do. It's much more like you making decision before the fight or outside of the game.
All right, so what you're saying is that those decision-making times should not go through your head during the match. It should be very instinctive.
Yes.
All right, so how do you, as a team, so this is a coaching question actually from 9K, for 9K rather. So when you build a team and prepare for a match, how, every other player has their different, different decision-making process.
Yes.
How would you kind of make those different decision-making process into one? Because if you want to make an instinctive decision and 5 different players make different decisions, then that's how you lose a fight. So how would you as a team, make a single decision? Make those players make a single decision?
I think a lot of teams have a different rules about this point, but my point I try to say is making more reasonable about the why this one was good OT, and if the team know that point, they can understand. They're not hesitant using. Oh, this is what the coach says is a good tempo to using the OT. We just press the button and they use it.
All right, some good advice from 9K, but we will be taking a short break and we will come back with map 2. right, we are back with Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are currently on match 2, and we are approaching our second map of the second match against FTG versus SPG. Currently, Nepal was taken 2-0 by FTG, and we go straight to map vetoes here. FTG banned out Hollywood, SPG banned out Blizzard World, and FTG picked Kings Row. So what does this imply, NK?
They probably gonna be using double flex support at here. Ooh. And I'm not sure which one they're gonna bring on table, but most highly chance they're gonna bring Ana Jen at here, and that means Finn Zenyatta or Finn Ana. I really want to see, because 2022 when the meta was double flex support, always there fight about that. I want to do Jen. I want to do Jen. And we giving to the Finn because not Finn was better. It's like a lot of reason about behind for there. I'm not gonna share that, but the reason about that, I want to see who making the decision right now to be bring to be play Jen.
All right, so it's I don't, maybe it's a coin toss, or I wouldn't say it's that. It wouldn't be that straightforward, but definitely a possibility for our double flex support here. For the side of Simprisa, I don't see any substitutions. The same for FTG. We've seen. Was there a match that we've casted that had double flex support? I don't think so. Not in my recent memory. Yes.
No.
So if that is the case, it's going to be very, very exciting indeed, and we are ready to jump into Kings Row. Alright, some enthusiastic words of encouragement for both teams here as FTG is hovering the Doomfist dive composition. So no double flex support. I'm kind of disappointed here.
Me too.
Alright, so Simprisa Gaming, they have some interesting things on the board, but they're attacking side, so they will probably change. Or maybe, I mean, they might go... how does the Bastion fare in this meta?
Bastion Para?
No, Bastion. How does the Bastion fare in this meta?
Oh. When you get the punch, you're gonna be die.
So it's definitely not something that you want to play against the Doofus, as Argon knows that and is swapping to the Tracer. Probably Aid is going to take a shot or two. Oh, that was a good shot, but did not take the kill as it was too far away. And Alpha is getting healed up, so no real damage done. And it is going to be a full mirror matchup for, between the two Doofus dive compositions here.
Yeah, so Kings Row, the most important one of the fight is this area, because this area is a lot of Tracer Lucio keeping, and that is reason that is easy target to dive and violate the first die.
All right, it looks like Simprisa actually did hear words of encouragement, well, I mean, advice from 9K to focus down Violet first, because Violet was the first one to fall, and Bernard falls, so this might be a early 0.8 cap for the side of Simprisa Gaming.
So sometimes people using the same spot the same way, so that is an attack team always can be prepared to bring to how to making the strategy to dive to a certain angle.
Oh, Violet was the one to fall first again, so this means that FTG cannot afford to contest the point, and that is a very quick 0.8 cap for the side of Simprisa Gaming, and Bernard is taken as a stagger, so it's going to take FTG a little bit more to group up and go through the fight. And in the meanwhile, I think Simprisa Gaming does have enough time to go through that tunnel here.
Yeah, also, what I mentioned before is, if you win the first point fight, just first fight, you have a really high chance to go to the end of the second point directly. Because,
okay.
Yeah, because you have so much advantage of the fight. So let's see how they're going to be FTG prepare for that. Do they going to be aggressive to dive, or do they going to be managed to? Oh yeah, this is a good. Oh yeah, not bad, not bad, not bad. This is definitely not bad for the defense, but yeah, they're going to need to force out the ulti at here. When you force out the ulti at here, that means you have an advantage of going to be blocking.
Ooh, Flora with the nasty 2K with the post bomb, and Violet also joins into the kill feed. Yes, Finn is down, but FTG is the one that takes the team fight win here, and it looks like they're going to stabilize a little bit.
Yeah, that is like a Violet and Finn, like classic Violet and Finn. They're gonna be get a kill and die, but that is the reason why they're good at when they play each other. They're very aggressive each other together to take the winning the fight.
And if you look at the resources used from the side of FTG, they only used Flora's Pulse Bomb in the side, just from the side of Ultimates, and Luciman had to use the Kitsune Rush as well. So, they have the ability, luxury to use support Ultimates here. Simprisa Gaming did use the duplicate, but did not lead into any kills here. FTG holding still, as Bernard is down to half health, but looks like will be able to be healed. Tuyu still also at half health, so a stalemate here in terms of kills, but Hyunjae has to use the sound barrier to keep his team alive. This is a long fight.
Yeah, this is almost like it looks like second or third fight, but yeah, this is like how the FTG manage about the fight to be like making their weight still a lot of use of resource and winning of the fight. So I personally like it. I'm not sure though who making the decision or maybe team together, but it looks like Bao and Finn this time play really well. Sorry, I mentioned them too much because I like them.
It's totally
yeah,
fine.
Yeah, but I think definitely SPG right now is a good tempo for the win the fight because they have a critical ulti and almost echo ulti coming. This is a good condition for them to win the fight. So one thing they need to do, secure the Flora pulse bomb. They need to mark it. They need to find the Flora.
Yeah, they need to. I think it's up to Argon to find where Flora is and make sure he does not access the backline. Tuyu does that for him, and it's going to be well, it looks like FTG is. Yep, FTG is going to lose the ability to kind of like keep Simprisa in bay. So this is, well, Bernard is going to be taken down very shortly, which he does, and it looks like Simprisa Gaming will be able to advance the card. The question is, will they able to be touched? I think no.
No, because this is the same situation happened to the FTG and the Poker Face last game. When you only keep the winning as a pulse bomb, if you're hiding, that is too obvious for the pro player. So a lot of Tracer recently not even try to hiding and just fight at the same as before.
All right, and I mean, looking at the results right now so far, Simprisa Gaming is pretty happy with their progress so far. They already have capped with B, and they have 3 minutes remaining for full cap King's Row, which is generally, you know, sometimes King's Row is a very hard map to full cap, and they have the resources ready if they need a big fight. But Tuyu taking down Flora even without the ult, and so Simprisa Gaming is pulling the trigger. 8 using duplicate to have a second doofus on the floor, and FTG Finn uses the Kitsune Rush, but does not find any profit in it. Simprisa Gaming getting stripped a little bit in health, but not taken down means that they have the momentum to go with them. Violet is taken down once again, and with the sound barrier as well. So this might be a full cap that we're seeing right now from the side of Simprisa Gaming.
50-50. It's not like a one side for that, because the problem is like Flora still behind the enemy, so he can stall the point like as much as possible. So it's not going to be easy to like they can just touch the point. So when they do the that is actually nice. Yeah, that is a huge because when your Tracer is behind from your team, its capture is not easy. Because always he can touch the point stall, and they need to be like literally making 50 citizens of the fight. Yeah, but I think Flora did.
Yep, I think Flora may have saved FTG, at least in this fight.
Yes.
And I just want to talk about Flora a little bit more because, you know, as I have experience working with him previously at the New York Excelsior, but Flora, at least in King's Row right now, has shown some very crucial sticks with the Pulse Bomb. So maybe that's their way out to stall out a time bank, because Simprisa Gaming, their time bank is already half, because they were at like 3 minutes and a half when they first capped point B, and now it's only a minute. So maybe Simprisa Gaming will be feeling the pressure.
There's a huge tempo for the dive. Lucio bit is pretty good, and now they need to make a decision. This Echo, that is actually huge. But not yet. This is still good for the SPG. And they need to just get a slightly bit more kill, but
Argon taking down Violet is going to be huge. There are no supports. Yes, Finn did get a respawn, so we'll be able to TP back. And Argon is taken down by Finn. So Simprisa Gaming has to regroup once again.
Yeah, it was like actually a huge fight for the fight, but I think the FTG very good knowledge about the enemy Lucio beat. Once they're using Lucio beat, they really looks like the coordinate for the counter the Lucio beat. But SPG was not bad diving. It was not really bad diving, but I think the Echo need to be a bit more aggressive when once you have a Lucio beat.
All right, if you look at the tools that both teams have, FTG has both support ultimates online, and it is. We have 30 seconds left on the side of SPG's attack, so this might be this might be the last team fight that both teams will have. And that was a big punch.
There's a huge punch, but if you don't get a kill, you charge enemy.
Yes, that's also true. And Finn starts up the fight with the Kitsune Rush. Let's see if FTG can profit from this. 8 has to use the duplicate for a second Doofus. 2 also uses the Meteor Strike. No eliminations as of yet. A lot of resources used by both teams. Overtime is ticking. Sam Priest Gaming needs to touch. Okay, they do.
Lucio beat is coming. Lucio beat is coming. This is good. This is good for them. Good story. The best scenario is coming, but Echo ult is coming.
There is that sound barrier that you were mentioning, 9K, but 8 is taken down before he gets that extra health. The sound barrier is expired, and a lot of low health bars all around from the side of Simprisa Gaming. Tuyu is taken down. So it looks like FTG will be able to close out this one, and they do. Good push overall from Simprisa Gaming, but they fail to full cap the point.
Yeah, it's when the Alpai has a trance, the duplicate, and that time is the really huge save the FTG one time. Both DPS saved each other at the third point with the ultimate very clean. Not only ultimate, like just spy play.
Yep. And we are looking at highlights of Aid. We saw Aid duplicate the Doofus many times, but in the end, there were a lot of good plays on both sides, but in the end, even despite a big time bank starting with Simprisa, they failed to full cap King's Row. So FTG has a win condition. If they full push, if they full cap, they win.
Yeah, this is like a... But I think King's Row always third point, and especially that yellow point is the one of the biggest point a lot of people didn't push onto there.
Alright, so that's the golden box of victory, but it is very hard to access that. It is almost as hard to make the full cap happen.
Yeah. So sometimes okay, maybe I'm wrong, but that is sometimes worse than capture. Yeah, losing the capture.
Alright, it looks like Simprisa Gaming is not worried about FTG's attack here because they're vibing right now.
Yeah,
with
and
Lucio.
also this spot is like a lot of Lucio trades are holding there. And do they FTG manage about the dive at there, or how do it looks like? What is their opening? Let's see what they're gonna be opening about.
Alright, in terms of compositions, FTG and Simprisa Gaming both are starting with the same composition that they used in the previous round. And, well, ooh, Bernard is taking out. I thought FTG was in a good position to make, secure space, but in that process, Bernard was taken back, so that much pressure is going to be alleviated for the side of Simprisa Gaming. They will have some breathing room and will be able to kind of reestablish the defense, but okay, 8 and Floor are taken out. Lee Sumin is taken out as well, so it is numbers advantage for FTG. So maybe this is their window of opportunity to make a fast cap, because remember, like 9K said, it is going to be very difficult to maybe even, full cap, so they need as big as a time bank as they want, and it starts with point A.
Yes, because this is good scenario for them, but it's not bad scenario for the SPG. Even they're losing the first point, they have enough charge the ultimate, and they're not giving the ultimate to the enemy a lot, so it's still the not bad scenario. But look at the ultimate charge of the Finn. He has a lot of charge advantage right now, so this snowball is, if the SPG giving time to the FTG, FTG can do a lot of easy to go to the end of the point.
Alright, this is going to make the next fight so much important because Finn already does already have the Kitsune Rush, and knowing Finn, will be using that to pull the trigger and use that early aggression.
Yeah, they're probably making the decision quickly to make a decision. Do they going to be disengaged from here, or do they going to fight for here?
And there is that Kitsune Rush from Finn, and Lee Sumin matches with their own. Hyunjae uses the sound barrier first. Alpha is taking down. Violet is holding on to his own sound barrier as of yet. Maybe they're just wanting to disengage, and because Simprisa Gaming used one more ultimate than them, FTG thinks that they can use that to their advantage on the next fight.
Because they're actually he's really hard carried the team a lot of time because the kill the tracer is the best thing you can do with the Kiriko.
FTG is committing nonetheless because Violet used the sound barrier very aggressively and took down Argon. So Flora is going to come back to the fight earlier than Argon is very low, taking down. So this is a, wow, FTG, even though if they lost Flora early, good decision making to make that aggressive sound barrier happen and won that fight.
Yes, this is a lot of time happen on SPG side. When even they get the kill, they're just like chill after that. I mean, I say this one to a lot of time from my ex-player a lot of time. Even once you get the one kill, it's not finish the game. You need to be concentrated much more than before because you're gonna be enemy. If the enemy try to be aggressive, you're gonna be losing the game.
Yep, that is very correct. Wise word of advice as Violet is taken down by 2U. 2U using the Meteor Strike to go access the high ground. And it looks like right before point B cap FTG is put to a stop, Alpha E staggered and also used the duplicate in the process as well. So a lot of them, well, not a lot, but that's a valuable resource expended by the side of Alpha E.
This is good scenario for the SPG because this is one of the good defense angle and the whole time you can like really good to block the enemy. So you need to catch the enemy rotation, catch the enemy tempo. So are you gonna be engaged with the Kiriko ulti or are you gonna be disengaged from the enemy Kiriko ulti?
The answer is going to be yes, for at least for Finn, and Lee Soo-min decides to answer with their own Katsuna. So they're going full throttle for both sides, and a nice stick on A by Flora, and Alpha takes that to you. So this is definitely going to be the second point secured for FTG, and wow, Flora is making those sticks happen today, 9K.
Okay, this is probably FTG mindset is, or some coach probably give the feedback. Once like a defense situation, try to using the counter sound barrier if the situation is you have a much more like a defense situation. But if you're missing the ultimate like a cycle, they don't have the issue. But it was not bad. It was not bad decision, but I think you just need to win the fight is more important than like using the perfect ultimate.
All right. And looking at the situation here, FTG is almost at par with the situation that SPG was when they capped point B. They have about like 3.5 minutes to go work with. And yes, the golden box of victory is after that corner, so they need to win about like 2, maybe 3 fights if they want to enter full cap.
2 fights.
Okay. And Simprisa Gaming is using the duplicate maybe for the aggression or maybe for the survival of the aid. 2 Doomfists on the ground. FTG is disengaging. They don't want to deal with 2 Doomfists on the board.
Really impressive by FTG, how they control the enemy ulti. Really, they do like well disengage, well make a decision. I think they're already making a decision. It seems like they know what the enemy going to use.
Oh, Lee Soo-min taking out right after the cast, the Kitsune Rush. Hyunjae is using the sound barrier. This is going to be a gamble for Simprisa Gaming. Is it going to turn out? No, as it seems as AZ taken out. 2U very low, taken out by Finn. And Finn is bloodthirsty, looking for blood. And it looks like the golden box of victory is going to be true for FTG, as it is going to be a map win and also a match point for FTG. Yes, SPG had an impressive offensive push, but FTG, in their offense, it didn't look like they had any difficulties like going through. Yes, they lost a few fights, but I mean, team fight losses happen in Overwatch. It doesn't seem like they were concerned at all.
You mean SPG?
No, FTG. They weren't concerned at all about losing 1 or 2 fights.
Oh, yeah, because this is one series come from a long time ago from the Ghosts, and Violet is really have a really good memory about that. So they're he's one of the person tried to manage the ultimate cycle, not wasting the ultimate for the fight, and still try to win the fight. So even they have like a good ultimate, you're not gonna be fight. Why do you need to fight? Do you just like disengage and you're gonna be not die? So that tempo is really good tempo.
All right, and what I'm really impressed about FTG, what I was especially impressed about FTG in, Kings Row specifically, was that how they, even when they were at a disadvantage in ult economy, they baited out a lot of SPG's ultimates because they, like you said, they disengaged when maybe SPG used a Kitsune Rush or some other ultimate that they were able to disengage with, and it was... in the end, they made SPG just throw out an ult. And after that, after one or two of those happen, then it's their turn to have the ult advantage, and they use that to full effect.
So this is one of the reasons, like 2022 and Finn and Violet bring to our team on the D top level, and we almost win. We have a multiple story for that, to why we lose, but that isn't there. Lucio Kiriko synergy seems like really high. I'm impressive. I am really impressed of how they bring that synergy to any team. Just build up the team like a few weeks ago, and just that high level.
All right. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the pre-established synergy between Violet and Finn definitely helped a lot because, you know, if the backline is already established, has already established a solid coordination, then it's easier for the entire team to, I guess, coordinate with it, right? Because they have kind of like a example of what they want to follow, and maybe it's depending on the coaches, right?
Yeah. Also, there's tempo of the ultimate decision, and everything seems like very interesting right now on how they're gonna play. And also, one time I want to try to mention about this is to Violet. How they did good is, because if you want to disengage, Lucio need to give speed on perfect timing. I mean, you can do like a slight late timing, but that looks like it's really perfect time. You're giving the speed for the team, and everyone is a clean disengage.
All right, that was impressive stuff from Violet, but we will see if FTG can close out the series after a short break. Welcome back to the Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are currently at match point in our second match of the day, FTG versus Simprisa Gaming. FTG, after a very impressive King's Row attack, they have secured match point, and if they win the push map here, then it's already 3-0, and we will be going a full week, so far, of 3 Overwatches.
Yes, I was like really shocked right now because they're choosing the Colosseum, and this is the first time we saw, right?
At least when we were casting, this is our first time casting Coliseum.
Yeah, I think this is pretty good choice because Esperanza is definitely they feel like Doompiss they have a high confidence, the FTG, and Colosseum is coordinate is important, but I think much more important thing is individual shot skill.
Okay.
Because, definitely some point the ultimate and coordinates is important, but individual skill is important, and I'm not sure because I haven't seen the Echo as much at the Colosseum, but Echo looks like not easy to play at the Colosseum, so and Tracer also is not good hero as much as the other map.
All right, so
they can. So the point of trying to say is they can reduce about a lot of like enemy DPS value, and it's much more like an individual value is going to be important.
All right, so they probably want to kind of nullify the things that FTG has been doing well so far, and that probably is on the map choice that they made. Hey, Flora is saying hi to, I don't know who they're saying hi to, but it looks like they're feeling good about it. And Simprisa Gaming, a little bit, I mean, I'm not saying that they're nervous or anything, but definitely bigger smiles on the side of FTG so far. I mean, why not? They're winning 2-0. And just looking at the map stats so far, of course, we have a very small sample size here, but SPG yesterday, they lost Esperanza against Poker Face, so maybe that's one of the reasons that when given the choice between Esperanza and Colosseo, they wanted to go for Colosseo. But let's see what they do, because we are getting ready for the match, and the lobby is almost about to start. All right, I was waiting for the... Okay, there we go. All right, good chance for both teams, and I was about to talk about Magnus here. That was on the screen. Why don't maybe Magnus next Overwatch hero? No. No, I mean, of course, the devs are already kind of like, sneak peeked on what the next hero is going to be. I was just kind of like asking about the possibility because he looked cool.
Yeah, it looks like cool, but it looks like Giant, so... if your character is Giant, you're going to be bullied by enemy a lot.
I mean, well, Doofus has a big gauntlet over there, and he also bullies people. And I like his skin choice.
Sure.
It's okay. It was the Munich Excelsior.
The Colosseum, the first fight is important about who can do more damage stacking on the Tracer side or their backline side. So thinking about the enemy using their narrow space, so each other can do like a long range distance damage style, and the Lucio Tracer is try to making the space to going inside, try to making the space to dive in. So Lucio Tracer fight looks like very not bad, and they're ping pong it, so they're making the space for dive. This is a good scenario for the FTG. Yeah. This is a good scenario for the FTG because there looks like baiting for the space for we're going to the right side, we're going to the left side. So SPG tried to making the target for the dive it there, but they're just like a flag prank for the we're not diving it here. But still, this gate is one of the worst gate for the map design for the taking the space, because when you're pushing your card, they have so much angle for the making the push them out. So that is a good point to what they do. They have advantage of the distance of the push, so you're just disengaged and making the fight much more better angle, because who need to hurry is SPG.
Yep, it is SPG who needs to follow up. So they're, rather than trying to just push a few meters more, they're just giving up a little bit of space to make, to have that fight in a place where they can win.
Yeah, I'm right now pretty angry.
Why?
Because I tell that to the Violet Finn more than 100 times, and they finally did it after they leaked me.
All right, so while you were playing with them, they never did it, but now they're doing what you taught them to do after they're on a different team.
Yes.
All right, so I'll give you a chance to talk with them after the match, but we are using both support ultimates on the side of the FTG, and Lucimin is answering with the continuing rush of their own. Hyundai did not have the sound barrier and is taken down early. To very, very low. Aid is the only doofus left on SPG, may not for long, assumably, but while Aid is there, everyone else on the side of SPG is cleared out, and FTG is looking towards capping that first point. It remains to be seen if they can actually do that, because maybe they can. Looking at the positions here, maybe Doomfist?
No, they're probably gonna disengage eventually, try to touch.
Okay.
Or just like, probably a high chance of gonna disengage. Because they know they have a sound barrier. But they're not gonna die. So because they have a disadvantage, they just try to need to disengage from the enemy and ping pong, and once they get the ultimate, they're gonna be fight.
All right. And they also baited out, well, not baited out, but they forced Simprisa in using their own sound
Where's the
barrier
Tracer? Tracer was at the sky.
Well, I mean, Tracer could be in many places, but in the end, FGG, like you said, 9K, they waited for the perfect opportunity because right before they capped the point, they were at a positional disadvantage to fight against Simprisa Gaming. So they waited, they backed up a little bit, they forced Simprisa into using their sound barrier, and right after that, they decided, okay, this is our opportunity to win that fight, and they took that opportunity, they won that fight.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, like how the FTG is doing. Because they're like almost like perfectly making the decision to fight, and
that's rough on
lost to what do I want to say, but yeah, yeah, okay. This is like really hard to say a lot of things right now, but I think SPG need to be making the clean decision, but this is hard because they don't have a decision easy target. They're Echo, Lucio, Tracer, and every single target looks like disengage together in the same time. So this is really complicated for the SPG. I'm not saying SPG is really play bad, but I think FTG play really high quality of the team game.
Yeah, I mean, FTG is forcing Simprisa into not making mistakes, but making the wrong decisions because they're giving them little choice.
Yes. And also, look at the Finn ultimate timing. I mean, he died from the like an idiot. But yeah, there's Finn. There is Finn and Bowlet. Always, where is the one other support or healer? But anyway, his tempo of the ultimate is a totally good ultimate for the counter the enemy tempo for the take the space. So it was not really bad. Like even he died from like that, but it was really good tempo to losing the fight. But still have a 5 minutes. So and Colosseum 5 minutes. It's good, not really bad for the taking the enemy. At least I think 2 and 3 time you have a chance to can be like making the opposite push angle.
All right, it's left to be seen if Simprisa can use those 5 minutes into full effect to get, well, I mean, because they have a lot to catch up. They have about like 120 meters to catch up, and they used they duplicate to I guess duplicating the Kiriko.
Yeah, Kiriko.
But I don't think, maybe, I don't know. I don't know why that was used. Maybe it was because they needed to survive, but at least for the current moment,
this is good. This is good for the SPG. Doomfist dying is the best scenario for them to take the space with the free time, free push, and they also don't need to add ultimate at all. So this is best scenario for the
SPG, and well, the pulse bomb went wide, but still, it looks like SPG is having the momentum that they need. They're backing up a little bit because of the same reason that FTG backed up at that position, but Hyundai is investing the sound barrier, so this is going to be a big fight for the side of Simprisa Gaming. They need to win this if they want to get momentum in their favor. Taking down Argon. I'm not even surprised at this point because Finn did this so many times, and without that Tracer, it's going to be pressure on momentum swinging on the side of FTG again.
Yeah, so I want to be clear about this point about the last first bomb is totally missed decision
From Argon.
Yeah, it's not even kill or die is not important at that point.
because still the Finn was not dying in this situation, and once you have an advantage of the space, you need to concentrate that fight. But yeah, because okay, I'm not care about this fight. So that fight is like almost 3 times to be they can push the payload almost like a lot of point, and they have a leak hole. So that means they need to be prefer the next fight at a more advantage. That pulse bomb is, if you get a kill, that's huge. But if you miss the kill, you don't have a leak hole on a lot of resource. So then making the opposite snow warrior can go back to the enemy point side. So
all right, so that Argon's pulse bomb, even if it did hit, I mean, if it did hit, it would have been nice. But by missing that, it cost him a lot.
yeah. Because if your point is your side, if you have a much more distance of the push, you can be greedy about the whatever you wanted. But if you're disadvantage or like this kind of distance, you need to focusing about the perfectly using the skill and ultimate. And sorry about the talking about this kind of thing like a very long time. I was kind of upset about the.
It's okay, but while we were at it, FTG is absolutely tearing Simprisa Gaming apart, and it looks like they're.
This is the thing I want to say. Sorry about that, but this game is already almost over. When that one pulse bomb missing, this almost game is over by then.
All right, I mean, lesson learned, I guess, from the side of Simprisa, because FTG is looking like they are gonna full push the map on Colosseo, and wow, they also won Colosseo yesterday, so this is a 2-0 for them on the side of Colosseo. And well, with that, FTG just finished the series like that. It's a 3-0. It was the 3rd map.
Yeah, I'm still disappointed about that pulse bomb.
So it kind of like it hit your coach instincts.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I'm not sure he know or their team know about how much that was important. Because if I'm be there when he using pulse bomb, I'm never can stop my anger part to showing to him.
All right, so I mean, I'm definitely sure that SPG will take a look back and review this game and see what happened during Colosseo. Of course, SPG has very, very capable coaches as well, so probably will take that into account. I'm just hoping that SPG doesn't get too frustrated with this loss, because they lost because FTG was good, not because, well, yes, they did make a very big mistake, but in the end, it does not change the fact that SPG has very, very high potential. And if they, who knows, if they kind of like work on their mistakes or work on their bigger mistakes, they might be competitive with the best teams the region has to offer.
Yes. Yeah, because I really hope they listen. Yeah, deserve it. Because his Doomfist skill is really high quality Doomfist skill. I mean, I'm not watching all of the Doomfist player, but he seems like have a really high level of the Doomfist skill, and he's a good friend with the Smurf. So I really want to see each other, the Falcon and FTG gonna be face on the match.
All right, Bernard, well-deserved player of the match today, mostly on the Doomfist. I think it was 100% the Doomfist, right? I don't remember him playing something other than.
He's play only Doomfist.
Yep, and even yesterday too, he had a very impressive performance on the Doomfist, especially on King's Row yesterday. I remember him canceling out the Rampage against the Vesta Esports crew, and so like I think. Like, especially in this meta, Bernard is definitely a force to be reckoned with. And like you said, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how they fare with some of the best tanks in the world in the form of Team Falcons.
Yes, and also, when they making decision disengage about that, he is tempo of the disengage or the decision making to where the go is perfect. This punch missing, and he just holding here. Lucio try to get the enemy not take the space, and look at how he using the skill. It's clean. It's really perfectly clean. I really like his Doomfist right now.
All right. I mean, from my experience so far, it's not easy to earn praise from 9K, but earning praise from 9K just means that he's that good. And also, I want to point out that, yes, individually, the player of the match is Bernard, but I also want to point out how FTG was so good in their coordination. It does not look like a team that are playing their second competitive game in the season. It looks like they have been together for years and years, because they're just, like you said, 9K, I was listening to what you were saying, 9K, and I was kind of looking at the team play, with that in mind, and it looks like their team coordination, their decision making is so on point. And with that, we have our interview ready with none other than Bernard himself. Quest, please take it away.
준비가 됐다고 하네요. 이시훈 아나운서와 함께 베르나르 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Player interview translations.
FTG
versus FPG. Bernard obviously getting the POTM. Congratulations on the victory.
네, 승리팀 FTG의 POTM은 베르나르
Again,
선수가 차지하게 됩니다.
Bernard,
베르나르
please
선수
introduce yourself to the
부탁드립니다.
fans.
저는 일단 FTG에서 탱커를
I
맡고
am
있는
Bernard,
베르나르라고
and
합니다.
I am the tank for
네,
FTG.
오늘 승리 정말 축하드리는데 오늘 승리 소감
How do you feel about the victory?
좀 어제보단 좀 더 어려울 경기가 될 거라고
I
생각했는데
expected this
생각보다
match to
저희가
be
좀잘 풀렸던
harder
것
than
같아서
yesterday's match,
다행이었던 것
but I'm glad that we
네,
got the
또
clean victory
승리의
today.
주역에는 우리 베르나르 선수의 둠피스트가 있었는데 베르나르 선수의 둠피스트는 좀 달랐습니다.
Your Doomfist
자, 최근
seems
조합에서
unique
둠피스트가 굉장히
from
많이
all the other
나오는데
Doomfist
베르나르
players.
선수만의
So do you
둠피스트
have
운영법이 있다면요?
a way you operate
피스트라는 영웅이 아무래도
Doomfist?
지금 메타에 조금 안 죽으면서 좀 핑퐁을 많이 해줘야 되는
So the key
어그로도
point
많이
is to
끌어주고
pull a lot of
네.
aggro,
좀 해야 될게
survive,
좀 많다
and you
보니까
have to be a little bit
그런 식으로
mobile.
하면 좋을 것 같아요. 그냥 어그로 빼주고 핑퐁하는
So,
느낌.
and I focused on
네,
pulling a lot of the
자,
aggro away
최근까지
from the
어제와 오늘 딜러 선수가 모두 POTM을 가져갔습니다. 첫 탱커 선수로
You're the
POTM을
first tank player
차지하셨는데
to receive
자, 소감 한번
POTM today.
들어볼까요?
So, do you have any words to say
저는
about that?
오늘도 저희 뭐 플로라나 알파이가 받을 줄 알았는데 제가
네.
받게 돼가지고
I thought Flora
기분이 좋은 것
or
같아요.
Alpha E would be receiving
그렇습니다.
POTM,
자,
but
그런데 제가 또
I'm just happy
알아온
that I
소식에
received
의하면
POTM for this
정말
match.
오랜만에 오프라인 인터뷰라고 들었어요. 그런 만큼
So this is your
팬분들에게
first
하고 싶은
offline
말이
interview.
많았을
So
것
is there
같은데요?
anything you'd like to say to the fans?
뭔가 저희 팀이 제가 생각했을 때 좀 다들 기대를 안 하는 팀이다라고 생각을 하고
I think that our team
그래서 저는
has
근데
very low
저희 팀 진짜
expectations
잘한다고
for
믿고
fans,
더
but
잘할 수
I
있다고
believe that our team
생각해가지고
can perform exceptionally
항상
well.
응원해 주시는 대로 더
So
응원해
please
주시면
cheer on for
좋을 것
us,
같습니다.
and we
네,
would
자 팬분들이
appreciate your
전혀
continued support.
의아한 목소리고 라는 목소리가 여기까지 들렸는데 자 많은 팬분들이 응원을
A lot
하고
of fans are
있습니다.
cheering for
자,
FTG,
지금까지
and
FTG의
this is the end of the interview, so back to the casters.
자 저희는
Thank you,
Back
Quest,
to the
and I definitely agree that I disagree with Bernard in a sense that I expected a lot of good things from this team. So, I mean, saying that he thinks that not a lot of people expected good things from this team is wrong. But anyways, good play from the man himself, and good to see hear from the players. And thank you, Quest, for the translation. And with that, we will be moving on to our final match of the evening. So don't go anywhere, and we'll come back after the break. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Overwatch Champions Series Korea. This is currently our third match of the day with WAC and WAC. Well, I mean, sounds weird, but it is WAC and Genesis playing for the final match of the day. This is both their first time playing this season. Well, of course, apart from the qualifier matches, and apart from the hype that I get from the rosters, I have no idea what to expect from these two teams.
I think their DPS lineup, each other is really strong. Because like DK is probably a lot of people realize his name, and that is really good signal for them. And I'm really interested how they became the same team together.
Yeah, I mean, by saying that I have no idea what to expect from these two teams is that they're so strong. Like, it's impossible for me to kind of like, gauge how strong they are because of course the roster graphic will come out very soon, but I'll just run over the roster of WAC right now. DPS, Lip, already so stacked. Hisang, very, very, already stacked already. Then if you look at the tank, it's Max and Junbin. And support, Charong and Shu. This is an all-star lineup. Yes, we did see Team Falcons today. I don't think this roster is a lot different in terms of power, power rankings. If you just look at the names, I don't think there's a clear winner on which roster is stronger. It looks like you disagree.
No, I was thinking about that because name-wise, everyone is very special, and that is one of the reasons I was thinking about which team is stronger on some point. And definitely WAC is one of the strong team because of the DPS, and there's three people, the Junbin, Max, Hisang, can deliver a good scenario for the team. I mean, last year, Shock doesn't have a good memory with them, but it's not meaning their play bad, just not synergy-wise good.
Of course, they're very talented players, and we are seeing WAC coming onto the stage. Remember, OWCS Korea is currently being held at the WDG Esports studio in Seoul, Korea. So these are the players that will be playing in front of the fans here. Very confident. Oh, Lip is very, very tall. I mean, I've seen him at the Overwatch World Cup, and he is a very, very tall player just in general. It's not the other players are small, it's just that Lip is very, very tall.
Yeah, Lip is very, very tall. And
well, I mean, he's also very tall, big in terms of power levels in his DPS play. So we'll see what kind of performance he shows today. And the next team that we're gonna see is Genesis. This is also a very stacked roster. If you can just recognize the faces of these players. It is DK and Chaesuhan on the DPS role. All very, very, very talented players here, and also Callius and Kellen on the tank. Teru and Maka on the support as well. All these players are very well known throughout the history of Overwatch, competitive Overwatch. And if you look at some of these players, they have such a long history. I have my notes with me, and DK and Kalios, they have been on multiple teams. Just look at DK. His career starts at Kongdu Uncia, and then he goes to Kongdu Panthera, he goes to the Gladiators, and then the Fuel, the Justice, and the Uprising. That's just one player.
just one player?
Yeah, that's just the history of one player. But we are definitely going to take a look at the starting roster for WAC today. Hisang, Lip on the damage, no substitutions player on that front, so this is going to be the same the entire match. Tank Junbin is going to start today over Max, and support Chorong and Shu. So the only possible substitution that we can play is going to be Max swapping out for Junbin, maybe later on in the match, but we are going to start with Junbin on the lineup. So, you've been coaching these two players. Why would you, what different values does Junbin and Max provide to the team?
Junbin is more delivery, the team ultimate decision and team fight decision, and giving them to the more direction of the team. And Max is high quality of the mechanic skill, and that can be he's a never give up.
All right, so summarizing what 9K said is Jimbin is more of a, I guess, coordinating, shot-calling player, whereas Max is more, I guess, of a mechanical player and also has very resolute, I guess, mental fortitude. So, I mean, did I sum that correctly?
Yes.
All right, and whoever comes in the tank role, this roster is very, very scary, and I would not envy the team that goes against WAC on whatever matchup. And we also have to talk about the backline as well. We haven't talked a lot about the backline, but Chorong and Shu are also so very, very, very talented players. Do you have any like special comments or things that we should look out for this duo?
Last year, Chorong is the champion and Shu was vice champion.
All right, so I mean that's all you need to explain about them because that's their career kind of talks for themselves. And look, let's take a look at the roster of Genesis, Decay, and Tracy Juan on the damage. Again, like WEC, we don't have any substitutions on this front. Tank, we are having Kalius over Kellen today, and Maka and Teru on the support. So both teams have a tank substitution rather than other parts of the roster. So, Kellen is more traditionally a main tank player, and Kalios is more of an off-tank player. What do you think is kind of like, apart from that, what do you think is the reason behind Kalios starting today?
A lot of Doomfist player is really friendly with the off-tanker team. Sorry, it was opposite. Off-tanker players really used to be like a Doomfist because aim-wise, yes, and also the off-tanker player used to buy damage Doomfist a lot, and they're like one of the good target used to be. So a lot of Doomfist player has come from the off-tanker.
All right, so I think what 9K is trying to say here is that the reasoning behind Kalios starting up today is because Genesis wants to play the Doomfist composition, correct?
Yes.
Alrighty, and there's cool graphics on the side. Just as a side story here, all the players that are participating in OWCS Korea had to come to the studio before the season, and they had a media day where they took a lot of pictures. So we'll be seeing a lot of these motions, a lot of these a lot of these graphics here. So I think that's a cool change. Hope it keeps it up, and I think we're still waiting for to get ready. Of course, they're playing in a stage setting rather than their home, the comfort of their homes or their team houses. So it sometimes does kind of take some time to get these necessary settings ready for them to be at their best. Let's talk about both teams for a second. What do you think? Which role do you think is going to be the most important in today's matchup, specifically on WAC versus Genesis? What position will be making the difference here today?
Tracer.
The Tracer. So, I guess in the I guess you're assuming that it is under the Doomfist dive comp, right? So, what does the two?
No, I think just in general, the Tracer is really important for today's match.
Okay, so why so? Can you elaborate on that?
The reason about that is like each other player, the Tracer is a key player for their team. Like thinking about the Leap and thinking about the Decay, they can deliver a lot of damage to the team, and also the mobility-wise or the map-wise, they're using a really widely using it. So ping pong level also high. So I'm really curious about how they bring the Tracer concept of the fight. So I mean, my try to point to say is each other if the same comp, they're sometimes using the different type of the Tracer style. So I want to see how they play. And DK and Leap both is very aggressive Tracer. So I want to see the point.
All right, so we have so if you're definitely anyone who's like enjoying the match that is to be played, definitely look out for the Tracers. The current issue that we're currently hearing is that we're fixing a Decay monitor issue, so I hope we will be able to go to the map really quickly. But in the meanwhile, we have map vetoes in play. So WAC banned out Samoa, and Genesis banned out Ilios, and WAC picked Lijiang Tower. So any things that we should expect, or maybe some specific reason WEC might have preferred Lijiang over any other map, like a control map here?
This is classically good at the Doomfist comp. Yeah, I think so, because right now the only other map is Nepo, and Nepo is DPS is important and a lot of things is important, but less important than the Lijiang Tower. The Lijiang Tower is like a more you can do with the Tracer, more thing, and Echo also can do a lot of things for the team for the winning the game. So if I'm them, I only gonna choose the Lijiang Tower.
All right, can this be interpreted as a gesture of confidence that, hey, we know that you're going to play the Doofus Dive. We know I'm going to play the Doofus Dive. We can win in a mirror competition. Is that like a show of confidence, maybe?
Possible, but no one know what they're gonna bring because Kalios is gonna be played today, and Kalios is good with the Junker King or Diva, so it's possible they're gonna be starting with the different comp. But I think the WAC probably practice with a lot of team, especially high quality team, and then mean they're possible to they're gonna be practice against the Doofus most of the time. So this can be game changer a lot.
Alrighty, it looks like the graphics have changed, so this usually means that teams are going to be ready. So I hope we can get that monitor issue fixed because, you know, when you're shooting people, getting your monitor set up straight is really, really important. So hope that issue is fixed as soon as possible. I am not hearing from production whether that issue is fixed yet, but judging from the fact that we're going to this map graphic, I have hope. And well, let's just say I'm so excited to see this match because this I of course, no disrespect to the teams that played before, but this match is expected to be a very close match. What are your predictions for this match? I know I'm throwing you the hard questions, but
Give me a sec.
okay.
3-1
3-1 in favor of
WAC.
Okay, so we have a prediction here. I mean, I definitely also think that WAC may have a slight advantage here in terms of roster power here. And I'm hearing that we just had our monitor issue fixed, so both players are ready to get into the match and they are being invited into the lobby. So remember, everyone, 9K told us to watch out for both Tracers because the Tracer might be the game changer. Of course, we have, like, this is a lobby of 10 very talented players, so of course everyone can make a difference here, but definitely in terms of just team composition and all that, Tracer is the one to look out for, so we'll definitely see how that goes out. And I'm also really, like, now that you mentioned it, 9K, I'm really interested to see what composition Genesis will bring out, because Kalios usually, like, I would normally expect the Doomfist, but of course Kalios is a man that has played many off-tank heroes so far, so maybe the Sigma Junker Queen, we've seen a lot of Junker Queen from Kalios, especially when I've if my memory serves me right, in the qualifiers, so maybe that's also an issue. Also, Lijiang Tower, which part of Lijiang Tower comes out first in the first round is also really important, I think. So we'll see how it goes, but it looks like we're taking a few more seconds to get into the game. I'm running out of things to say, to be honest, and I hope the game starts really soon.
And also, one more thing to say is, and Shu and her bosses really do the damage a lot when they play Kiriko. So that means each other Tracer have a high risk of a die from the enemy Kiriko. So I think which Tracer is not die from the Kiriko is also interesting point to see.
Alright, that was oh, okay, we have another one. Alright, I mean, it is the last match of the evening, however, the chants definitely sound like it isn't, because the crowd is hype, but I don't know, maybe it was so hype that it broke the game. Because we're going in another pause. Well, I'm hearing that it's from Kalios. We'll see how it goes. I'm not sure what the specific issue is, but I know that Kalios did start the pause. Well, ask for a pause, rather. All right, let me talk about my personal bias for a little bit. Well, of course, I'm trying to be as, you know, as neutral as possible. But just talking about me, during my time at the New York Excelsior, I played with both Callius and Kellen, the tank players of, Genesis. Of course, I wouldn't be so sad if WAC won over Genesis, but I just either way, whether or not Genesis wins or not, I just hope that Callius and Kellen have a good time. I mean, because I need to be neutral as possible.
Yeah,
all right. So we're back to the game. That means the issue has been fixed, and Genesis is going with the Doomfist dive composition that we've been seeing all day, and WAC also going with the same composition. So it is a mirror matchup that we've been seeing for the majority of today.
Yeah. So, what happened?
I mean, Taro was taken out off screen, and Maka is taken down as well. So I don't know what happened there, 9K, but WAC just single-handedly won the first fight, and they're claiming control of the first point.
Oh, is the Maka was like actually Plex support?
No.
I think, as I know, he's a main support, right?
Yes, he was a main support, but he is currently playing the role of flex support. I mean, he's playing the Kiriko, so traditionally. So,
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know. So Maka, yes, you're correct in that Maka was playing. I mean, I think he was playing a little bit of both, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, so he did have some weeks that when he played the main support role, and then
actually,
he also.
DK is very aggressive to protect the space. Look at their diving skill. DK is everywhere almost.
Yep, and that, especially since that you said, the Tracer is really, really important. He's doing his job really well. Both Tracers are actually doing a lot of work as they're taking down Callius and Charles respectively. So this is a 4v4, but Decay takes down. He's down with the pulse bomb, and well, Junbin just has to reset. So this is Genesis claiming the point, and wow, what a performance from Decay there.
Yeah, that is actually that is actually impressed me too a lot. Like, I mean, I still don't understand how it's possible the first fight they killed the Maka because, no, Taro, because that angle is almost like impossible to dive from the enemy dive, and also the Lucio doesn't have an angle to dive. So I just really curious about what happened at there. But I really impressed of the DK after 2 pulse bomb and like a lot of point he do the damage and the space, and that is really like an interesting point to see today.
All right, and we're having a short pause as Tracy Han reported an audio issue, and the reason why we're having Lip here is the fan that was on the screen right before had a cheer sign that says, "Hey, please have Lip on the camera," and that was that's a good gesture. Good job. And well, let's talk about Lip then. Now that he's on the screen, how is, like, I mean, yes, Decay just did incredible things with the Tracer so far, but Lip, I mean, Lip also is doing a lot, because remember, he took down Callius early on, and then I think this Tracer duel is proving to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, I think this map and everything seems like Lip also doing a lot of point, but the first pulse bomb of the DK was way faster.
Yep.
That was way faster and way clean, and I'm really see the point why DK is one of the best DPS Tracer to call by other team.
Yeah, I mean, he has, although he, sadly, if I'm not mistaken, he does not have any titles to his name so far. He always has been hyped up as one of the best DPS players there are. Well, because when we talk about good DPS players, I mean, it depends on who you're talking to, but usually, most of the time, he's mentioned at some capacity. So, this is a Chorong fan where it's taking a while for the technical issues to get fixed. We have our best people, tech people on the scene to bring you gameplay as soon as possible. But at the same time, so this is a trend now. So we go to a fan, we read their fan signs, and we go to the player that the fan is a fan of. I mean, it's a good gesture. Chorong, good to see him back in Korea. I'm hearing that we're going to unpause, so we're stop going to talk about Chorong unless he makes an insane play. But we're back into the match. So Genesis, just in case you missed any action, after an amazing pulse bomb by Decay. Genesis took back control of the point, so it is 16 to 51. And Shu is taking the aggressive stance by using the early Kitsune Rush, and Choro also used the sound barrier as well, so a lot invested from both sides actually as Genesis matches the support ultimate usage. And I don't know, I have a feeling that whoever wins this fight is going to have a huge advantage over their opponent.
The counter sound barrier is always a good decision. So if you guys know that point, I think I want to be like a Genesis using the Kiriko ulti earlier side for because the enemy gonna be take the point. So you can using your Kiriko ulti earlier than right now.
All right, and that lip pulse bomb went wide, but
DK
you'll
looking for
definitely
the
have a
good pulse bomb. This is really, this is actually huge. This is actually huge because only the reason about that right now, the enemy leap can hold in the space really long time, but yeah, after that they didn't make into anything. So on DK also everywhere almost.
So now the baton goes to Decay because he is the only one that has the pulse bomb so far, and at 84% and going and counting, Genesis does have to make something happen, and Decay makes that happen exactly as Heesang is taken down by the pulse bomb. Chisewan follows suit with taking down the supports of WAC, and the point is once again going to be on the side of Genesis. But WAC is making sure that overtime is ticked before that happens, and this fight, 9K, is taking longer than I expected to.
Yeah, me too. I was like yeah, I think Lip making the point like really big hard to them to point, and also Lip pulse bomb is coming right now, and they don't have a sound barrier. If some of the good target get the sound like a pulse bomb, they're gonna be. This is just one pulse bomb can making the game win.
Yes, and remember, this is 99% in favor of WAC, so one team fight loss for the side of Genesis will cost them the round, but Kalios taking down Heesang once again. Choro and Shu, to add on to that, is going to make sure that they are staying this round for a longer point of time.
Yeah, and also game is not finished yet, but the problem right now is each other have a same ultimate condition, but also the only different thing is like echo. But I think if the Kiriko, this is nice. And by the way, so if you have a Kiriko ulti very near to using it, they need to using automatically a lot of ulti. So, but they're trying to disengage the point. That is not good signal for them, and they're using sound barrier for to take the space.
All right, Terry following suit with the sound barrier, and all four support ultimates used. Chisewan is the first to fall. Lip doing a lot of work. Decay also doing some work as they take down Choro. So it is a 3 to 4 fight. Oh, Decay takes down Lip. Another pulse from Decay. Heesang takes down Kalios. So we do not know who is going to win this fight yet. Now I do. It's going to be WAC.
Not yet. No one know. Not yet. I'm wrong. Yeah.
No, it's okay. But wow, I mean, what a close fight. What a close round for both teams. And like you said, 9K, both Tracers are just insane.
Yeah, they're really aggressive tracer each other, but I was impressed about this Lucio beat. I think I'm not sure who make a decision, but that Lucio beat was first time was questionable, but I can understand the point why they're using it, because they want to make the enemy narrow the space. But I think Genesis was too greedy to be making the last fight. But are they gonna using this one?
But this is one of the points that you've been mentioning, 9K. Kalios also is very proficient with the Junker Queen, so maybe this is a prepared strat.
Yeah, this is a really important fight because first fight, Junker King has more advantage because your Tracer have a much more advantage of the fight, and secondly, your Echo have a much more good poking timing for the fight, and Doomfist taking a lot of damage. First fight, advantage always for the Junker King, but Tracer died. Now, they don't have option to win the fight.
All right, so remember, I remember 9K saying about the entire point about using the Jungle Queen over the Doomfist is that you can enable your DPS to do what they do best. But if your Tracer falls first, then the whole purpose of that composition kind of goes to none. So that's how I believe after Decay fell, WAC easily took control of the space and took first control of the point.
Yes.
And right now, their take is basically clean. This is not bad scenario for the Genesis. And also, they're using the kill quality pretty fast. And also, if you do the good disengage, this is not bad scenario for the Genesis.
All right.
Now it's their turn. Genesis coming with the critical OT or copy. Any single thing is going to be good for the looking for dive. Just need to using like when they're looking for the fight.
And I'm also looking for that decay pulse bomb as well because he has been exciting us with so many good pulse bombs. But Teru is Teru has fell from the drone boop, so that's gonna be another team fight. I mean, I think just Genesis has to retreat and not invest any ultimates here because without that Lucio, I don't think you can achieve much.
Yeah, Lucio is die is worse than Kiriko die.
Okay, so you can win a fight without the Kiriko, but you can't win a fight without the Lucio?
Kind of like a defender, like it had a lot of scenario to like explain, but yeah, how the Falcons kill the two people at there? It was a really huge kill for the win the fight. They're almost like losing because of a lot of snowballs, but right now the Kalios making the game change a lot, but still not finish the game. They need to finish this fight with a very not using the ulti, but they have to using like a Kirk ulti. No more, a bit trade.
Okay, so a lot of resources used by both sides. Chaseone taking down Jumbin. So, but remember, the point is still in WAC's control, so it is going to be overtime once again before Genesis can have a time to flip. Yes, the flip eventually happened, but like 9K said, they still have a lot more fights to go before they can actually match the overtime. So they need to be very, very diligent about their ult economy here.
Yeah, and also. Oh, what is it? Your trace pulse bomb is the one oh whoa, you can using it here? Yeah, now you can. I think you can now using it, right?
Not really sure, but I mean, the game's not paused, so.
Okay. Yeah, this gear code is not really important because the no target and just only take the space lightly, so this is not important. And still they have a grab the chance, the possible grab the chance. It's a good scenario for the Genesis. If the Genesis kill the 1 or 2, this is gonna be huge. This is huge.
There is that kill that you've been looking for. Decay taking down 2, doing a lot of heavy lifting, for at least in Lijiang Tower so far. So at least for the current moment, Genesis is going to retain control on the point. Now approaching 50% progress on the point. They need at least, I anticipate at least 2 more fights to win before they can match that overtime.
No, this is almost lost fight.
Okay.
Only thing is like you're gonna be touched with the 99%. Lose or win. This is lose or win.
All right, this is the decisive fight here. Chaseone taking down, but Shu is traded out in the process. Maka is using the Kitsune Rush. Teru taking down Charong as well. So no healers, no supports at the side of WAC. So this, you said that this was a decisive fight, and Genesis is taking it. So this might be their comeback here.
Still the fight is going on, and they're need to lead taking with the very bad condition, and they still touch it. It's good touch. But
ooh, what a big punch from Jumbin here. DK is taking down, so it's not looking good for Genesis, and they have nobody to touch the point, and that is going to be WAC taking Lijiang Tower. Wow, I mean, that was a very long last fight.
Yeah, I think it was kind of love gaming each other, but at least I can see each other DPS are carrying a lot of point. But this is their second match of the game, but this is the last match also. So I think what is the best word for them? I think what is best word for the WAC?
Depends on what you want to say about them.
High mechanic skill, because Leap and Chorong and Junbin did a lot of things by winning. So I think I mean that Lucio bit was an incredibly high quality Lucio bit. I didn't expect he using the beat at there, and that beat is gonna be make them to the bad situation be good situation.
All right, yeah. I mean, I definitely agree because WAC was kind of in a tight spot there because Genesis did kind of like flip the point and they were kind of like winning fights in a row, especially thanks to like Decay's Tracer, right? But I definitely agree that Chorong's beat sound barrier there definitely kind of change the momentum of the game to WAC's favor. But although it was a 2-0 in favor of WAC on Lijiang Tower, I think this is like one of the closer matches that we're going to see today. And even though Genesis lost Lijiang Tower, I think they still have a lot to show us.
Yes, yes. So because I think right now the point about the Genesis, I can see the bright side is a decay, but except that I hard to see the other player or DPS doing the good performance.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Chiseon was a little bit quiet compared to his compared to his history, like career history. I want to kind of point out Callius, but it is time for a break before we go to the second map. So we're going to have a short break and we're going to the second map, so don't go anywhere and we'll be back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are currently at the WDG Esports studio in Korea. Well, Seoul, Korea, rather. And we are currently 1-0. WAC ahead of Genesis. Oh, Lip Max. Okay, I was about to kind of like read
too.
that like sign by sign, LMIO. I was about to what? So it's a team effort. It's Lip and Max. And speaking of Max, we will be having Max in subbing for Jumbin here. Remember, remember everyone, 9K mentioned that he is a very mechanically talented player. So maybe it's a tactical decision to put him in on the second map?
What is the second map?
We don't know yet.
Okay, so depend on the which map is it, because But I think personally, right now, hybrid map is good to using the off-tanker player. Because the multiple reason, but the simple reason is because of the payload. Because off-tanker is panic about the payload.
Very obsessed with the payload. And there's your map, 9K. This is Kings Row, selected by Genesis. Genesis banned out Hollywood, and WEC banned out Blizzard World, and it was Genesis pick to pick out Kings Row. So, please continue having this in mind.
Okay, so Chorong is one of the player, the very rarely using the flex support. Even he's a main support. Because thinking about the Chio and Funny Astro or that kind of personality main support player normally don't play other hero. They only play Lucio, Mercy, or Brigitte. But Chorong, he play pretty much flex support as long as much possible.
All right.
So that means still they can possible to using double flex support, or they can do the Lucio com like what is it? FTG. Because because FTG wasn't even two flex support, but they still keep with the Lucio com.
Yes.
So this is I'm interesting to see who want to using it, and because after Genesis changed their healer low to the Lucio and Kiriko, I'm not sure what they're gonna do.
All right, and hearing that the game is ready, we'll have a lot of good tactical points for us to watch, and it's gonna be a treat as we go into Kings Row.
No way they got it on this go.
What? Sorry?
It was Monkey, Ana Brick, and Hanjo Echo on the WAC. So
I mean, they're on the attacking side, so they control this for a second, and it looks like it is going to be...
This is actually interesting. Ana Brick Sigma, where does the damage come from? DK only? Because they don't have a way to do damage, and
maybe
their Echo is...
Maka does the damage?
Could be, but it's really Choseon is going to be a hard time to do something against Tracer. So this is a really interesting point. How they going to be managed to damage? It's hard.
Wait, is this going to be a Zarya Zen comp? No, okay. Okay, I think what happened is, in the end, is that WAC just checked Genesis composition and they were like, okay, I'm just accepting the Sigma duel.
Yeah, because most of the Sigma player really happy to play against the Sigma. Because they're like they have a high confidence, and later to play different tanker, they just go to the Sigma and just face each other, the Sigma.
Okay, it's very interesting to see. This is a very different composition that we've been seeing in the previous matches, and again, the Brig is something new that we're seeing.
Yeah, this is actually interesting because if you're thinking only Sigma duel, Brig side is way better because Brig have a much more power fight each other. So this comp style wise, and Lip was Hanjo. That means they don't even have a Tracer. So definitely the Genesis comp was better. But anyway, right now they have a Tracer and Jen and Ana. So that means the Genesis Tracer have a much more hard time to protect a certain angle. So Chorong need to take the space together to the enemy to zoning out the enemy space.
All right, let's talk about the Ana a little bit. I know there's action going on, but I do want to talk about this Ana pick because we haven't seen a lot of Ana in the previous matches. What does the Ana, what does the Nano, what does the Nade provide to this composition? Well, Kalius is down, but...
Huge. Why Brig is here? Brig is here is not good signal for them, but it's not end of the game. This game is still possible to win, but Echo trade.
Well, Chorong is taken out, Choseon is straight out in the process, Teru is taken out by a Lip Pulse Bomb, and Maka is down. So I don't think Genesis will be able to contest unless I'm very, very mistaken. 2 ticks and ongoing.
Are they gonna try?
I think Kalius may want to try. It is Kalios and Decay. Kalios needed, so no healing resources to Kalios, and I think this is going to be first cap on the side of WAC. I am seeing a trend here. A lot of the times, we are seeing teams cap point A really, really quickly.
Yeah, I think because Kingstro first point is really hard to block until you have a ulti. I mean, every hybrid is the same, but especially Kingstro is the worst map for design for that because normally attack team respawn is really close to the enemy. That is one of the big reasons. And now, by the way, this point, enemy trans have a Lily. Most of the time, Lily can making the more easy value than trans.
And there is gonna be the Gravitic Flux from Max first, and Kalius is taken down, so that's going to be the Gravitic Flux of Genesis denied, and also a lot of space denied to Genesis as well. But Teru decides to commit and uses the rally. And yes, WAC just engages just a little bit. And the Nano is expended on Hisang as well, so a lot of burst damage on that side of the Echo.
And this problem is, where is the damage come from?
Exactly.
Yeah,
from the side of Genesis, right?
Yeah. Because they don't have any way to making the damage to the enemy unless like this kind of aggressive nano. If you have an ultimate nano, it's definitely you can make the space for the dive. But without that, it's hard.
And it's not every day you're gonna have every fight you're gonna have that nano. That was a big nade from Shu. However, it does not connected to any kills, but I definitely think that there were extra pressure from the side of WAC. Genesis is still holding on to that corner, and they have the Gravitic Flux at the ready, and Chisewan is also almost approaching that duplicate.
This is good chance to be Kalius ultimate can be cancelled because by angle. Oh, he disengaged very well. Disengaged very well. But he get the too much damage by disengage because he know he gonna be easy to like cancel. So that was the reason he kite up too much, and that is making the game losing the second point.
All right, both.
Okay, this is a problem right now. Is what is the purpose of using the brick with the Sigma is Sigma need to be aggressive to do something tanker duel, but right now Teru seems like the only play really far from our Sigma.
All right, so then the brick doesn't bring a lot of value.
Yeah. Brick need to do something more aggressive, but right now they have a gem, so condition is the same, and Teru used to be like a good flex support as an aim-wise, so interesting point to see like how much damage they're gonna be. Oh, that is good nano. That's actually good nano.
Oh, and a nice sleep there, so it's denying a lot of the damage from Hisang. Hisang very low and taken down. Both of the DPSs taken down by the side of WAC. Max using the Gravitic Flux to take out Kalius, but the damage is also already done on the side of WAC. I don't think they can advance any further.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is good for more supply, but this is kind of dirt. This fight is pretty dirty at each other because everyone just press button without the purpose, feel like. And this is good on the nade angle, and they have a
well, I mean, Genesis has the luxury of the nano on Chisewan here. That is going to happen. Choro taking down, does not elect to use the Transcendence to save himself and shoot Choro down, means that they will have to retreat and regroup and look for another opportunity. WAC still has 2 minutes on the board to complete King's Row. However, Genesis also has the Trans at the ready, so it might not be it might not be very easy for WAC to break through the defenses of Genesis.
I think only the option is nade or Echo assassinate the enemy or Tracer duel. These 3 points you guys need to be watching. Echo duel, Sigma duel, and nade.
All right.
Without that, it's almost impossible to take the space each other.
Currently, both Echoes are just spamming at each other, looking for an opportunity. Kalius very, very low. Teru wants to hold on to that.
That is actually huge kill. Huge kill. Yeah, Hisang died.
Hisang will die, but he did bring a lot of value to the game. Remember, you said that one of the variables would have been the Echo assassination, but at the same time, Chasewan also made the same assassination, so it is now almost equal in value now.
Yeah. Kingstro equal value meaning attack team GG.
Tag team GG, alright. And, I mean, of course, WC still has an opportunity or two. I think this may be potentially the last fight because we are approaching less than 1 minute. Maybe they might have a touch after this point, but WAC needs to make this attack happen if they want to full push, and Turtle taking down DK is one of the best variables you can make.
Echo each other. This is good echo duel. And now they're gonna be just taking the point with the free fight. When the DK die, I think I don't know why, but there looks like losing the whole fight when the DK die.
I mean, I understand because Decay was doing so much for the side of Genesis, and if Decay dies, like you said, maybe one of the points that you've mentioned is that,
I mean, okay, it's DK possible to die, but it's not meaning DK die, they're losing every single thing. But when the DK die, it seems like everyone just died.
well, I mean, I think that's maybe that's a mistake on the side of Genesis. Maybe that's a good push of
But
momentum
anyway,
by WAC.
Let's talk about the Chorong, the nice kill, and the Isang nice kill. This is huge echo nano. Shu already the best Ana in the world, and that nano tempo was clean. There was huge clean nano.
I mean, it's no surprise that Shu is one of the, if not the best current Ana in the world. So good fight on the side of WAC. Now it's Genesis' turn to turn on the attack. WAC doesn't have necessarily the biggest time bank in the world, but still, Genesis needs to full push a full cap King's Row in order for an opportunity for a draw or a win.
Yeah.
So they have a preliminary condition that they have to full push, and knowing WAC's capabilities, it's not going to be that easy.
And also, this flex support com is very individual mechanic is important, but this Lucio based com is very important about the coordinate diving. So they try to find definitely the Zenyatta angle is more important than any single thing, and they try to sneak into Zenyatta and rush the heart to the Zenyatta. And Genji is one of the best hero for this kind of fight. Oh, Isang do the nice counter. That is huge counter for their diving.
I think what ended up happening is that both teams knew their win conditions. Like, Genesis knew that they had to dive onto Charles and Zenyatta, and then WAC knew that Genesis was going to dive onto Charles. So Genesis brought up a composition that can just like push their faces in front of Charles' face, and WAC, knowing that is going to happen, they allocated their heroes, their defensive heroes, around Charles so he won't get isolated.
Yeah, that is like a literally coordinated counter. It's not anymore individual, you can say that. And look at this one. I always told Echo is one of the Genji counter, and Genji can easily kill the Zenyatta, but it's not meaning your Echo. But where is our Echo doing? Where is our Echo? What our Echo doing? Why our Echo not counter enemy Echo?
Okay, you're talking about our meaning Genesis, right? You're talking about Chasewan here. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure he's busy with other occupations, but for sure, even if you just look at the damage done by looking at the ult charges, Hisang is doing a lot more work than Chasewan, at least in the current moment. And Chasewan, Genesis needs Chasewan to step up and buy Decay the space in order to access Toro's Zenyatta here.
And Shu is one of the best flex support doing this kind of dirty fight. He's really good at the dirty fight.
I mean, poor Kalios here. They're gonna stagger him for good, and that is the stagger there. And that's more time wasted on the time for the side of Genesis. Genesis is struggling to get ultimates online, and I think for the time being, WAC, they're so much ahead in ultimates that I don't know. Maybe the breakthrough of Genesis will be once that Dragon Blade is online.
Dragon Blade is not the key of the winning condition from them, because if you don't have a nano, it's not really critical you can kill the target.
Oh, Shu in a tight position, but
this Kyuko is way better. Oh, okay. Shudai is
and Choro also fell as well, so this is step one of Genesis's road to victory. So members traded here and there. Still no notable progress on the point yet. It looks like it is going to be a stalemate, and Genesis has to fall back a little bit. I mean, Callius is on the point, but it doesn't look like WAC is particularly concerned. But Decay, nice Dragon Blade onto Max. So I mean, it's not a multi-kill Dragon Blade. Oh wait, Hisang took out 2, so that's another. So Genesis has to stop in their tracks again. Oh my goodness, Hisang is doing so much work in this King's Row here. Lib taking out Decay, so Genesis has to fall back once again. And remember, 9K, it's only 30 seconds remaining, so this is literally their last chance.
Yeah, but I think I really want to see what the Chase are doing, because where is it?
Okay, observers are looking at JC1.
Yeah, now he's watching for me. Oh.
Alright, they still have one chance at taking point A, or else WAC will be holding A. Shu taking down early. That's a start for Genesis.
Wow, that is pretty good kill, but not enough for the. Oh yeah, that is enough. That is enough.
Okay, JC1 taking down Charl while being on the Doomfist, and Lip is taken down as well. So at this overtime push, Genesis looks like, unless something very, very bad happens to them, they will be able to take point A, and that is going to be a sigh of relief for the side of Genesis. It took them a long time.
Okay, yeah. So right now, after the first point, the double flex support, the struggle angle is here, because they hard to take the space and also hard to do something special. So this is good signal for the Genesis can do aggressive, but they're just holding the card is not good signal. You need to take in more space. DK need to do. Oh, DK.
He knows where everyone is.
DK. This is really important. Yeah, nice dive. And force out the.
Okay. I thought that was a kill, but there is the stick onto Shu, and that is really.
But I feel like DK done enough. That is really enough, because after the bots die, they don't have an option to win the fight. So this is good for the DK, and DK gonna coming back. Oh, they coming back. Oh yeah. Oh, they can't finish this one. Oh yeah. Oh, Cole's not gonna die.
Oh, Callius did get onto the mech very low, but okay, Teru falls. So this is a messy fight, like you said, 9K all over. Like, well, a lot of things going on, but in the end, WAC gets the better end of this fight. So, once again, Genesis has to burn time just to get into a group of 5.
I feel like Genesis. Okay, I'm not talking about the Cheseon, but I think I feel like only winning condition is come from the DK. I want to see the other player bring the winning condition for the team.
All right, so like what you're saying, 9K, is that so far, historically, in this match so far, Decay has been the only, I guess, playmaker so far. You want to see other players make the difference. And maybe that starts with the Kitsune Rush. Decay down. This is bad news for Genesis.
Oh yeah, this is good. This is good. This is a perfect, non-perfect scenario. This is what I want to see the other player doing something. One time, Shoseon doing something, but after that, okay. This is okay. I'm making a decision. Maka Tero need to swap the move.
Okay, maybe. We'll see about that, but at the meantime, only 5 seconds left on the side of Genesis. Will they be able to touch? Okay, Decay does. And he hasn't used the recall, so he can buy some time for the rest of Genesis to come. But the problem is there's only one ultimate. Only the Pulse Bomb is available for the side of Genesis. He needs to make it work, but it goes wide. And WAC has a lot of ultimates at their disposal. And even Max's and Charles' ultimate will be online if this fight gets extended. Lips, Pulse Bomb goes wide, but still, they still have a lot of tools in their arsenal.
And Trance is coming, and Lucio bit, and D.Va bomb is coming, they can't pushing this D.Va.
Wait a second, Max taking down is a big plus for the side of Genesis. They will have some breathing room.
They need to give up the space. They need to give up the space for the making the value of the back line. And this copy is good copy for the making the stall the our team coming back. And also D.Va double D.Va bomb is might be coming. Oh no, it's actually each other D.Va bomb. My bad. And
It's
also
okay.
yeah,
It's
they
chaos
need to
fight.
they don't, each other don't have an option. Each other need to be like a really tight fight. Huge kill, huge kill. There's a huge kill for that. And Doomfist can't do anything because of D.Va bomb. And now they do the good ping pong style, and then
Wait a second.
oh, each other! Look at each other tracer. They're doing so much each other, and this is huge room. And also,
Lip and Decay doing so much work, while, I mean, Kalios is also doing a lot of work, because remember, Kalios was the one that took down Charong first, and that is, I guess, one of the biggest reasons why Genesis capped point B.
I mean, DK is so incredible this match. I mean, he is a hard super very low. He's not even get the lot of pocket, and he's still making the tons of damage, tons of kill, tons of the situation. Impressive a lot. I mean,
Yeah.
Lip is a good tracer for sure, and he doing the kill a lot and everything. But seems like this is they making so much value of the every single fight.
Exactly. Like, I mean, we're not even saying that Lip is bad. Like, we're just saying how much Decay is doing despite of that. So this is really good. We now have a D.Va on the side of Chaseron now, because Kalios moved on to the Sigma, and Chorong uses the Transcendence, and also Shu used the window. So a lot of resources used for the side of WAC, but already the time bank is going to be in favor of WAC now, especially after that last fight. And the question is Genesis going to be able to contest the point?
Yeah, they can, but the problem is DK is hard marking by enemy. And after that meaning, DK is almost impossible to take the space. But they still can touch this, but it's not meaning they can do something after.
Alright.
No, they can't. Yeah, I think good call by WAC. Try to marking DK. So they probably can feel the WAC probably saying each other during the match. Yeah, marking the DK. Without the DK, they can't do anything. Oh, maybe I'm too salty about this one, but I don't care.
No, it's totally, I mean, I think it's totally valid in a sense that WAC they understand what the winning conditions of Genesis is. They know that Decay has been the winning factor of their team, of Genesis's team. So
True.
as long as they keep Decay contained, they can win. And duly so, because especially in the last parts of the game, last part of the Genesis attack on King's Row, Decay had so many things to do. He needed to touch the point because it was going to be overtime. He needed to make plays happen as well. So they made WAC made full advantage of that, and they just kept bothering. They just kept Decay away from the point objective, and that's how they won.
Yes. Oh, camera was shaking. Maybe he's surprised of the DK.
All right, and I mean, of course, duly so, but wow, this is, again, looking towards that it may be a potential 3 Overwatch, but the content of the game is a lot closer than the score depicts.
We can only possible to know next minute, right?
I
Until the
do
production
have,
doing something.
yes,
Okay.
I do have to check production.
But anyway, Junbin, we saw that Junbin was on the swap the PC with the Max, and that meant they're high chance they're gonna be Doomfist, not high chance even. But Junbin also good at the Junker can, so who knows?
I know for a fact that we're going to a push map. I don't know which one yet. I haven't been notified yet, but map veto system works in a way that the maps are predetermined before the match. So we'll definitely get to know once we hear from our production. But let's talk about the game a little bit. Let's talk about King's Row. Like you said, like even though Genesis won, DK had an amazing performance, and well, I think it was more of a team effort for the side of WAC to shut down Decay. And what would you comment? What's your general impression on how WAC kind of winning over a team that had a very good DPS player on Genesis?
Okay, so my answer is the first fight about the defense, when the Max and other player was there, their synergy of the counter dive was perfectly clean. Like Max using the skill perfectly for the save the throne, and also Shu definitely one of the best. And secondly, the Hisang was a counter to the enemy Echo, was perfect timing, perfect tempo every single time. So and also if you see thinking about the second point, Chorong killed the DK a lot of time. So I literally give a lot of credit for the Chorong and the Hisang.
All right, so the backline of WAC is definitely to be credited. And so let's talk about the Genesis a little bit. Yes, Decay was amazing. I mean, we don't even have to explain about that because Decay was just amazing. And Kalios did show up a few times. But if you are Genesis, Team Genesis, what do you need to do in order for you to win?
Can I be salty about this point?
Yes, I do. I am hearing that we need to go to a break, but you can make your point before we do that.
Okay, so simply, Maka, Teru, Choi, I'm not sure what they're doing.
Okay.
There's a point.
They need to show up.
I mean, yeah, maybe, but I do really want to know what they're doing. But Choi have a one card for him. He saved with the Doomfist copy, but without that, I've never seen something.
All right, so we need all three players except. Who's not Decay and Kalios need to step it up if they want to keep the series alive because WAC is at match point. But we will see how that goes after a short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are coming up to potentially what may be the final map of the evening as WAC is leading Genesis 2-0. We are seeing a substitution happen. Kellen coming in for Kalios. This looking at a push map. What does Kalios joining in mean to Genesis?
It's not.
Oh, sorry, Kellen coming in for Kalios.
Yeah, it's probably yeah, it's the same situation as SPG and the FTC. Same situation. They want to change the vibe. They want to change the tempo and they want to change the every single thing as possible.
So they want to kind of like, you know, have a bit of fresh air to come into the team, kind of like change the vibes a little bit. And like we said with SPG, like Kellen has been with the coach, maybe the coaches, and he has been looking at the situation in a third-person point of view rather than like a first-person point of view. So he has a little bit of, I guess, insight or I guess tactical direction on how to play out the game. So let's see how this goes, and let's see what the sign says. 3 things that Koreans need: Samsung, Overwatch, Samsung Odyssey, and Choi Se-hwan. Well, what do you feel about that? Three things that Koreans need: Overwatch, Samsung Odyssey.
I can't live Korean. Korean is too hard for me.
All right, but Choi Se-hwan, we've been discussing this on King's Row, but Choi Se-hwan needs to kind of show up a little bit if they want a chance to win this fight, because WEC looks like they are in their groove right now, and Matt Vito is Genesis banned New Queen Street, and WEC picked Esperanza. So not a big surprise, because remembering what you said about Esperanza is that you just play the doofus dive mirror. Maybe we're expecting a doofus mirror here.
Yes, but I haven't seen Kallan do this for a long time.
I believe last year when he was on the New York Excelsior, he did play a little bit of doofus.
My bad.
No.
Yeah,
It's
but-
totally,
yeah.
it's totally
Yeah,
fine.
but,
I mean,
but
of
the
course.
point is, he's a main tanker player. That
Mhm.
means a lot of chance he's going to play mobility hero, monkey, Dumpis, or bull, and might be bull because they don't want to be mirrored by Dumpis. No, I don't think so.
Okay, I mean, I
No,
guess the
okay,
score
okay.
does show that they probably don't want to like mirror, right?
Maybe Luciana with the monkey.
Okay.
But
I
if-
wouldn't be too confident with the Winston, especially in this meta though. How
I
would
know,
you?
I know. But I think if they want to win or want to do anything, they need to be try to do something for the win. But
All right, we'll see what they do when they come out, because we are going into the match very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Esperanza.
and I feel like Cheseon. That's nice goal.
Yep.
Yeah, and Cheseon seems like not comfortable with the echo low at all. So maybe they want to try to with the Genji Tracer. I don't know.
Okay.
They already traded.
Oh wait, am I actually seeing a Winston on the board here? Oh, game is paused. Well, I mean, as soon as I mention Winston, the game pauses. Maybe a coincidence or not.
Or maybe he clicked the Winston and feel like, oh, this is wrong. I need to pause. Coach, are you sure this is Winston gonna be played?
All right, but it is indeed a Kellen pause, as he did point out that he has some issues with his audio.
Why everyone's smiling? I really curious. I never feel this one because I normally play the match together. So, but everyone is smiling each other. Maybe they do the like what is it? A chat editor, like a very dumb chat.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe, I mean, of course, I understand that these players pretty much know each other, even across rosters. So maybe they were chatting about something really dumb, or maybe some funny chat or something like that. But we are going back into the match, and I am very intrigued to see whether this Winston is going to be actually played.
Yeah, it is actually played. So the monkey com is by a lot of teams say is way better against the Doompis. Only reason right now team play the Doompis is because of DPS passive. DPS passive bully the monkey a lot.
So, I mean, it still is in effect. So, what does the Winston composition need to do? What's the
Winston-
win conditions for this
The
composition?
Winston bubble is OP of OP skill, and wow, that is actually huge kill for that. And because the monkey can dive with the no hesitated and also a lot of damage to the enemy, but yeah, that is one of the big reasons. And I also say that Esperanza, push map, sacrifice is most important. But each other didn't charge ulti at all. This is still the first fight, kind of.
All right, this is like Nike said, this is an extended version
Junbi
of the
bring
first
the
fight.
ball for the counter. Monkey. Junbi is really like to counter Monkey by ball. He's really thinking like ball is one of the best counter for the monkey.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's an interesting take. I want to kind of like go more on that. Like, how does Jimin think that the ball counters them?
Hard to explain everything in just one time, but thing is, he can stop the monkey tempo
Okay.
or counter.
All right. I mean, I think that's good enough of an explanation because
Wow, Junbi, look at this one.
he's well. He's all the way back to Genesis spawn and bullying Choi Soo-han. Well, that is a statement of intent if I've seen anything. And there is that bubble expended by Kellen, so he needs to be very careful when he is going to jump. And Genesis, okay. I thought the Lucio was in trouble, but it is Choi Soo-han who is actually in trouble as Hisang uses the Seki bombs to take out Choi Soo-han. So this is a numbers advantage for the side of WAC. Hisang using the duplicate I saw that he was at very low HP, so maybe it was for survive. Teru does not want to give up this checkpoint, so uses the sound barrier, but a lot of members already down for the side of Genesis, so it is going to be inevitable that WAC will cap the first point.
And also the one of the biggest advantage against like other tanker is he don't have a lot of healing as much other tanker. Same as Doompis. And Doompis and Bull is quite similar lore. They're like making the fight dirty and that they don't require a lot of healing. So DPS can do a lot of things. So this is the same. Their DPS can do a lot of things. Leaf and Hisang is free to do something.
All right, Charl used the sound barrier. Charl is taken down, but WAC is in a numbers advantage because Choi Soo-han and Maka is down. Choi Soo-han is not having a good day right now as he is being targeted multiple times, and this push from WAC is not going to stop. Well, it is, but I mean, I think WAC kind of is intentionally stopping it because they want
Good assassinated.
to fight on better grounds, and Choi Soo-han is taken down again.
And good kill quality for the tech space. And Monkey, Winston doesn't have a good target for the Monkey primer. Oh, sorry, I keep saying Monkey, my bad. But don't have a good target for the dive. That is like a reason right now. A lot of team not using the Winston because normally Winston have a good target like a bang line or something. But right now Tracer, Echo both is really hard target for the Winston. So this is make it a lot of low value about the Winston. And Sombra is way better pick than right now.
I mean, I think Sombra is specifically, I guess, to counter the ball or at least trying to make life harder for Jumpin. But at least at the current moment, they do not care as WAC is wiping Genesis off the board. And with 6 minutes remaining, it is already 116 meters of push on the side of WAC. Genesis and with Terra and Choi Soo-han down, WAC might be looking for a full push here.
Almost there, but each other has a beat, but they need to be more time for that. But that means they're gonna holding here, and once they're using beat, they're gonna be disengaged or just damage like a spamming. They're not trying to engage. WAC don't need to do engage at all.
Charl now has that sound barrier and uses it to full effect. And Teru is matching the sound barrier, so both of them have.
Look at what they're using sound barrier and force out the sound barrier, and they just run away.
Because I mean, if they are trading equally, then it's to WAC's advantage because they have so much advantage on the push progress already.
Look at the ping pong, like how they do. They just like, we're going in? No. We're going in? No. They're baiting going in too much to the enemy, and they're using a lot of ultimate because of that. That is a ball advantage. High mobility, the best mobility, and Junbin is the best ball player in the world.
It is what? It's already the end of the match. It's a 3-0. I thought this match was going to be close, and wasn't. Yes, sometimes at some individual moments it was a little bit close. Genesis had some good fights, but WAC.
Lijang Tower was quite close to each other. I have a feel like a lot of times they can win the game, but after that, like WAC just getting better a lot of time. And when the Tracer shut down, like a DK can't do anything. it's feel like worse than before. But it's not, at least they try. At least they tried it. They're never
course.
expecting the ball came out for the counter Winston. So that is only the why they losing the fight. But first fight, almost they won.
Yep. I think they had the first push on the robot, but again, like you said, in Esperanza, the second fight is more important than the first fight, and I think after that, WEC just got their tempo. And like you said, the ball pick was pivotal for their success in Esperanza. And we're gonna take a look at the player of the
Hisang.
match here, and it is Hisang. All right,
What a
that was a cute gesture. Of course, everyone on the team of WAC.
Do they have this kind of signature, like a pose each other, like every single player?
Yep, every single player was asked to do a post for their player of the
But
match.
they're not doing. Because I can't remember other player did it.
Everyone did it. I mean, of course.
Oh, maybe I was not watching.
No, because it might have been a little bit less impactful.
Oh yeah, maybe.
I mean, this was impactful.
Yeah, this is a huge impactful. Like a today Echo. Imply and kill. Imply and kill. This
Yeah,
is
I
the
mean,
same.
definitely we've seen a lot of good moments on the Echo from Hisang. Of course, I mean, we do have to talk about his opposition. Shisewan is a very talented DPS player, has a lot of history as well. But at least for today, he was the better Echo today.
Yeah, this is way better Echo, way better like a high level skill and ultimate also. And love to see the Hisang Max Junbin happy play with the leap with the Shu and Choron.
Yeah, I mean, his entire team also enabled Hisang to do what he does best, right? And I think with that, we can expect a lot of good things from him. And good duplicates as well. I was about to say about the assassinations, but his duplicates were very, very impactful as well.
I didn't realize until now, but first team, second team, third team, all of us was my ex-player.
Oh, okay. So we have the 9K supremacy theory in act.
Yeah, at least 9-0 for me. Right?
All right, 9-0. Oh, well, for me, well, okay. Let me just say that Flora, I have Flora on my phone.
Okay.
So I
But 0. Plus minus 0.
All right, but enough of the joking. We have an interview ready with our player of the match. Quest, take it away.
Thank you very much, casters. I am back just like we are back. And player of the match for this match
네,
is
이시윤
Hisang.
아나운서입니다. 자, 오늘
And
세
we will
번째 경기
proceed with
드디어
the player
막을
interview very
내렸는데요.
shortly.
왁과 제네시스의 경기 중 승리는 왁에게 돌아갔습니다.
Yep,
축하드립니다.
so WAC takes the victory today over Genesis.
네, 오늘 또 승리의 주역이죠. 왁의
he is
희상
at the
선수와
center of the
인터뷰를
victory.
나눠볼 예정인데요.
So
자기
please
소개
introduce
부탁드립니다.
yourself.
안녕하세요. 왁에서 서브 딜러를 맡고
I
있는
am
이상입니다.
Hisang, the sub DPS for WAC.
네. 귀엽다는 말도
lot of
지금
people are
나오고
saying
있는데
he is
인터뷰가
cute.
기대가 됩니다. 자, 이번 리그 첫 경기를 치렀습니다.
This is
승리로
your first
바로
match.
마감을 하셨는데 자, 초반에 줄 듯 말 듯 하면서도 결국 한 세트도 내주지
And
않았어요.
it looked
오늘
very
소식
close
좀
at
들어볼까요?
some points of the match,
뭔가
but in the end it's a
오늘
3-0 victory.
이렇게
So
팀
how do you
하고
feel?
나서 오프라인 경기를 처음 하게
And he
됐는데
says that this
뭔가
is
좀
his
어색했던
first
것
offline
같고
match.
다음 경기는 더 쉽게 더
And
잘할 수
he
있을 것
feels
같아요.
that he can
오늘
perform a lot better in,
어색했는데도
the
다
second,
이렇게
in their
이겨버렸는데
next match.
다음에는 어떻게 더 이겨버릴지 더 기대가 됩니다. 자, 오늘 희상님의 경기를 말하지 않을 수 없습니다.
We have to talk about his
2세트
performance today.
마지막에서 화물 옆에 시선 돌리기 그냥 적을 낚아버리셨는데 오늘 본인의 플레이 몇 점으로
How does he rate
생각하세요?
his own
오늘
performance with
10점
his
만점에 7점 정도 주고 싶습니다.
He says
왜
that
3점
he
깎았어요?
thinks it's a
초반에
7 out of 10
너무
performance today
잘
because he
못했던 것
thinks
같아서
his
그렇게
early game
주고
was
싶습니다.
a little off.
네, 관객석에서 아니야라고
And the crowd is
단호하게
saying no, no, no,
말씀을
no, that's not true.
해주셨습니다. 자, 이번에 또 조합을 말하지 않을 수 없는데 기존에 보던 팀들과는 좀 다른
It's
조합들이 많이
the comps that
나왔어요.
you
그래서
showcased,
오늘
or
저희는
WAC
더
showcased today was a little
popcorn
different
이번
from
조합
the other
어떤
comps that other
전략이었나요?
teams showcased. So please tell us a little bit of
저희가
the
그냥
strategy going into this match.
잘하는 거라고 생각해서 준비했던 것 같아요.
This comp,
네,
the comps that we
다음에도 이런
prepared were
신선한
more
조합
of
기대해도
comfort
될까요?
picks,
네, 많이 기대해 주셔도 될 것
and
같습니다.
they can
네,
fans
자,
can
첫
expect
경기
a lot
응원해준
more different
팬분들에게도 한마디
in the
불싹드립니다.
future.
오늘 보러 와주셔서
And
감사하고
Is there anything you'd like to
다음에도
say for the
좋은 경기
fans?
보여드릴 수 있도록 할
And he
테니까
says that
많이 찾아와 주세요.
please keep supporting us. We'll continue to showcase a lot of unique and
네,
different things.
다음 경기를 만약에 팬분들이 보러 오면 뭐 세레머니 같은 것도
Will there
준비되나요?
be any fan
그건 좀
service
고민을 해봐야
ceremony
될 것 같아요.
네, 약속 받은 걸로
for the future? And he
하겠습니다.
says
자,
he
이렇게 오늘
promises,
승리 축하드리면서 희상님
to give a little bit more
보내드리고요.
fan
저희는
service.
마지막으로
Back to the
돌아오도록
casters.
하겠습니다. 자,
Hey,
오늘도
thank you,
3대0,
Quest, for the
3대0,
great interview.
3대0.
And,
무한이면
wow, I mean, I agree with the fans
절대
that
보여주지 않는 경기들이
it was a cute interview. I
네.
mean,
오늘도 과연
I,
화끈한
I,
경기들이
yeah, our mics were
있었나요?
muted, but I did see 9K
이만
just,
물러나도록 하고요.
laugh
경기
around the
결과
interview because.
들어가시죠.
He's really cute. I mean, Junbin really like him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because he feel like he's like a younger kid, but they're same age.
Okay, that's a fun fact. But okay, we're summing up today's matchup. Poker Face Falcons. Falcons won 3-0. It was a day of 3 Overwatch again, as FGG also swept SPG. At the last match of the night, it was WAC that won 3-0 against Genesis. So, most of the teams, I think every team except Yeti, played at least one match. So we're finally, getting those standings, to form. But so far, which team do you think is like the most impressive so far? What are your power rankings looking like?
Same level Falcon, FDG, WAC, but I'm interesting point is every team have a different color. There's an interesting point. So because Falcon is really aggressive, like a Dallas, and FDG is really high quality of the disengage level. I like that a lot. And WAC individual mechanic in covering the team and getting better. That is also interesting to see. And also their only team bring the flex support on the table.
All right, so even though we've seen a lot of similar compositions in terms of hero compositions, like I just mentioned that it's very, very diverse in playing styles, and I think that's a really healthy thing to watch because just watching the same composition played in the same way is not necessarily the most fun way to enjoy Overwatch.
True.
So I think everyone can pick a different team for a different style of being a fan, and we'll definitely have to see what next week brings us. Oh, here is the standings so far. Falcons leading the table with 2 perfect wins, so they have a 6 map differential, and also FGG following, sharing that leaderboard with 2 wins and 6 map wins. WAC only playing one match rather, have 3 map wins on the table as on third.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
So I can say I'm not sure who is the first team, but except that street team, definitely Runaway is the second best team.
Okay,
Third,
that's a bold statement.
Falcon, FDG, WAC. No one's sure about which team is the best, but for sure, the Runaway is the second best team.
All right, so what you're saying is, apart from the leaderboard, you definitely personally think that Runaway is the best team after that, right?
Yeah. So
Okay.
the minor ranking is gonna be top 4 at least.
Okay, we will see how that goes, as we will see that exact Runaway in action tomorrow, because first matchup is going to be the first match of Yeti, so this is going to be their first competitive showing in OWCS Korea against Poker Face, Vesta Esports crew against Runaway, and then SPG against WAC. So it's going to be a day of good Overwatch tomorrow too. So which match is your most hype matchup for tomorrow?
Yeti probably, because I haven't seen the play, and always fun to watching the other team play first time, because when you play the first time at the stage, you only play Messi. So that Messi play make me fun.
All right, so because you have things to say, maybe comment on maybe.
At least I'm not doing tomorrow. Yeah.
Yep, you're not casting tomorrow, but that still it doesn't stop you from being salty at Messi fights.
Yeah.
I'm teasing 9K right now, but let's just summarize the entire day. How did you feel generally after today?
Unfortunately, we haven't seen the strong team fight each other, but we can see the strong team each other color. FDG
and Falcon and OWCS. So each other color is very interesting to see. So I love the point.
All right, so we're kind of like in if we kind of look at this as a story, we're kind of looking at who the main characters are, and now after maybe tomorrow or next week, the plot will thicken and we will see the main characters clash against each other. So I think that's a good build up for the league itself, because we're not just going to do this competition for a week or two. This is going to be a long paced competition. Of course, we're not only just having the round robin. After that, we're going to have the playoffs and etc. as well. So I think this is a good build up for the story. And like you said, 9K, it's interesting to see how differently these teams can play despite playing the same composition. So it's really interesting. Tomorrow we'll also be seeing Yeti for the first time. I'm also excited for that as well, because Yeti has some. I don't think that I don't have the entire roster in mind right now, but I do remember having some big names there as well. Donghak, right?
Yeah, Donghak is there, and I'm not sure the others, but because I normally remember only Tanker, but Donghak is there, and I don't know.
That's okay. I mean, we'll find out tomorrow. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure 9K will be on the broadcast as well. He's not going to cast tomorrow, but he will be watching the broadcast tomorrow. So, I'll definitely ask him later privately how he thought about tomorrow's matches. But for now, this is it for us. Thank you for watching, chat. And, well, there's a lot more Overwatch action to be done tomorrow, especially in the Korea region. We will still be having LAN matches tomorrow. So please tune in tomorrow. And for today, thank you for watching, and I'll see you all tomorrow.